I'm so excited to be with you guys today. Thank you for everyone that made Hotel Ezra Cornell possible this year. It's really an honor to be a part of it. My name is Erin Peavy, and I'll be moderating this session. I am an architect and researcher at HKS, which is a global design firm. I spent my career really focused on design for health and design for social connection. And I'm so excited to be diving into these topics with these distinguished panelists that we have for you today. So kick it off, Lisa.
Hi, I'm Lisa Cherinsky. I am a Cornell Hotel School graduate, and I also have my master's in architecture. I've been doing hospitality design my entire career. I currently have a collaborative design firm in Chicago, Collective Vision Design, and I am also a lecturer at the Cornell Hotel School, teaching courses in hotel development, design, and planning.
Morning, I'm Tim McCarthy. I'm trained as an architect and a planner. I work at an interdisciplinary design firm named Hart Howerton, based in New York and in San Francisco. Our practice combines landscape architecture, planning, and interior design in an approach to the creation of places, including hospitality. When I'm not focused on work at Hart Howerton, I'm also a board member of the Cornell Institute of Healthy Futures. So it brings me close to Ithaca.
Good morning, I'm Gabriella Callanan. I am a Cornell alum. I was actually human ecology in DEA, interior design, but completed all of the hotel school in hotel design classes when at Cornell. So hotel school holds a special place in my heart. I started my career doing traditional architecture firms, kind of bounced around a little bit during some tough economic times, and then landed at Starwood Hotels and Resorts doing project management. Was then acquired by Marriott, and that's where I am today. Work for Marriott International on our global design team, where I project manage all renovations, new builds, and conversions for full service hotels across North America. So excited to be here.
Awesome, thank you all. All right, so really, we're going to be diving into what this pandemic has meant and how things have changed, but also really how the hospitality sector and hospitality design can help to foster, a new way of being. And I think that our first question really digs into that. And I would love to, hear you, Lisa, talk about it, which is, what do you believe the role of hospitality design is in fostering connection, both for travelers and for the local community?
Yeah, I think that we are at a really unique moment in time. Hospitality has always had a tremendous potential to bring people together, and designing spaces that are engaging and flexible for people to be able to gather for work, meetings, or just relax, not only for guests, but, even the community today. I think that now more than ever, with so many people working from home, those people, and I think this will continue to happen even after the pandemic, those people are going to be looking for places within their community to go and meet other people and make connections. So I think that hotels really have a great opportunity, especially suburban hotels, which suburban full service hotels has been a little bit of a tough road as limited services hotels have cropped up. This really gives them an opportunity to fill this niche where they're actually inviting the community in.
Yeah, that's great. I'd love to hear, Tim, do you have any thoughts on some of that? Like, what are you seeing? How are you seeing potential opportunities here?
I mentioned that working as an architect and an urban designer, there's a variety of different scales that things are influencing, but the underpinning of humans as social creatures, social beings, I think is consistent. So, continue to be fascinated by, and you see it even in the most recent partnership now between Ennismore and Accor, where there's this this desire and the ability to extend what you saw at Nomad, quite a while ago at this point in the cycle, where these hotels are able to act as living rooms for a community, to bring people together, not just the traveler, but also the community, and to create those settings for interaction. So at one scale, you have this great relationship that's continuing to mature. People are seeking out ways that the success of Fulton Market in Chicago, where you're able to bring together hotels that anchor and serve as the lifeblood of this new neighborhood, getting delivered to this thriving city and extending the traditions of life in the Loop and moving out into a new neighborhood. So all these different things at an urban design scale, and then complemented by realizing that we've got to respond to COVID. And in that scenario, when you transition from looking at things as an urban design scale and you start to think about things at an architecture scale, what's visible and what's invisible? So much of our work has been to focus on the interior design, right? What is the actual design of the space? And now all the work that we had done historically to hide air and light solutions, now all of a sudden you have guests expecting to see them as they return, and they want to return safely. So it's this interesting transition where we can extend the living room relationship to a community, but make sure we're doing it in a way that welcomes people in a safe manner.
Yeah, that's so great. And I'd be curious, Gabriella, to hear you, what does that look like at your scale?
Yeah. So what's been advantageous for us with the scale that we have and the publicity that we have and the number of people that we're able to touch is that, to both Lisa and Tim's points, when we put out our clean initiative and we said, these are the standards that we're meeting, that when you set foot in one of our properties, these check boxes are being checked. Whereas if you set foot in a local Starbucks for your coffee, or an event space for your baby shower or your wedding, whatever it might be, you don't really know necessarily the standards to which they're meeting. They might tell you, they might use some jargon, but we're really committing on a corporate level. If we drop that ball, it has a huge impact. So guests know that we are meeting those standards, and there's definitely been a comfort level. We're really seeing, especially with some of the news that came out this week, just a huge kind of influx of now bookings of more of the social nature. So not necessarily room nights, that's kind of a different, but sticking with that public space, living room, community comfort. The spring looking into summer is just exploding because, again, guests are anxious. They want to get out. They want to meet. They want that social interaction, and they can trust us. And we're seeing that pay off right now.
That's awesome. That's great. So, I think obviously this pandemic has been a huge stressor, right? But one of the things that we talked about is there's been many large stressors, and there will be many to come. And so really one of the things I'd love to dig into is how can design foster resilience to this host of stressors? And Tim, if you could kind of kick us off, what are some of the thoughts?
Well, there's obviously a number of different ways that people have responded to the current stress of COVID. And some of them start at an operating level, and you start to see what traditionally was a 3 or a 4 a.m. Cleaning process in a hotel environment is now all of a sudden coming into part of the day-to-day life so that guests can witness it. So you have operating changes, you have ways of turning over rooms that are being changed. Some of that's involving technology, whether it's UV wands or UV robots in some hotel settings. So there's operational influences, there's design influences that are responding to the stressors. And some of those go deeper than just COVID related things. People are making choices about where they're going to spend time. And so how are you integrating, for example, wellness? And so you think about some of the work that the Cornell Institute of Healthy Futures is doing, and how do you drive wellness into that hospitality experience? Thankfully, the definition of wellness has broadened exponentially. The historic conversation around do I have a fitness room in my hotel has now matured into a much deeper appreciation and understanding of spiritual and mental well-being, of healthy menu choices, and then physical fitness as well alongside all of those things. And so you continue to see, how does design, for example, integrate the notion of biophilia? And so you think about spring going into summer. I mean, great. Finally, we can be outside. We can have visual relationships from indoors to outdoors. We can design buildings that have a great outdoor space for every indoor space. And so we see those changes every day. Some of them are near-term operational things that are kind of low-hanging fruit, and others are really affecting the ways that we position these properties long-term to anticipate some of those future stresses that might come about.
That's awesome. So, related to this, I'd love to hear someone talk about like how, if at all, has this helped to sort of break down silos and thinking about some of the demand for flexibility and adaptability of use? Gabriella, Lisa?
Yeah, I can start off. So I think flexibility is the key word. So to Tim's point, just jumping off more, what we're seeing is, once kind of the dust settled a little bit after the initial shock of what was happening. So really, we'll call it fall. We all kind of took a mini breath and said, okay, we have all these projects going on. We have a lot in the pipeline, right? We're a moving train. The train never stops. So when you are looking to make changes, you have to implement them and go while the train's still moving, right? So we said, what changes should we be implementing? What should we be doing? And the global perspective from Marriott is really, there aren't a lot of changes to make. We don't want to be too reactive. This will pass. It's taken a lot longer than anybody anticipated, but it will pass. And to Tim's point, new things will crop up and happen. And yes, there's a general awareness to health now. So we need to think about it in more of global perspectives on our design strategies. But really what we're seeing is that flexibility, the enhanced flexibility. So it's not, oh gosh, nobody's going to meetings today, eliminate meeting rooms. It's nothing like that. It is more of, okay, maybe instead of all closed meeting rooms, we have a couple of meeting rooms that have large windows or nano walls that can open up so we can have this indoor-outdoor experience so guests can get that fresh air and have that sense of peace. Maybe it's private dining rooms off of the restaurant where we can host smaller meeting rooms in a larger space, and food can be provided safely. It's thinking about flexibility, not global changes necessarily. It's a change of perspective, not, oh, let's throw everything that we know out the window. That's what I'm really seeing today. And we've seen that the guest is reacting well to that, to those options.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And to Tim's point, we are social beings. We really want to go places that we can gather and connect. And in the public spaces, flexibility is key. So, even pre-pandemic, the spaces that within a public space that provided a sense of privacy, but still a visual connection, have always been very popular because you feel like, like the big booths in the back corner or the semi-screened rooms where you could go in and have a meeting with friends, but still feel connected with what's going on around you. So, those spaces will continue to be increasingly popular so that people feel like they can have a sense of privacy, but still maintain a connection.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's been super fun, Erin. In addition to just the design of the spaces, is the process to figure out what those spaces need to do and the flexibility. And in order to get there, the amount of new faces at the table, I'll call it kind of the breaking down of silos, where you're increasingly finding, in order to develop a new hotel property, there used to be a set group of people who would be in the room. You had the investor, you had the operator, you had the developer, you had the design team. and increasingly the opportunity to bring in a conversation about public health, for example, or just health itself in the form of physicians who are increasingly overlapping with building science and starting to dive deeper into what is that environment, or to then complement it with psychologists who can help to understand the reasons why these spaces are intriguing to guests, and to help bolster everything from marketing collateral to helping a meeting broker who's helping to seek out where the Silicon Valley company needs to take their executive team for their annual retreat. And they're doing it because the science says this place is restorative in certain ways, or other aspects of design can be influenced by specific quantitative change for the people who are fortunate enough to spend time there. And so that diversity of the boardroom table in order to come up with those flexible solutions is so wonderful to see, and hopefully it's a welcoming path for things in the future.
Yeah. So yeah, please go ahead.
Can I build off that really quickly from the interior perspective? It's so fascinating. The beginning of my career, I've done commercial interiors, I've done retail design for Gap, and I've done hospitality. So I've done these kind of major sectors in the interior space. And for so long, it was this secret world. Each sector was these are products and materials for commercial interiors. These are products and materials for retail design, products and materials for hospitality. And in the past 2 years, COVID aside, we've started to see those walls break down. I remember joining Starwood, and we were looking for lounge chairs that had integrated power, and hospitality didn't really have anything at that time. And I was like, gosh, Kielhauer, who does high-end furniture for commercial interiors, they've been doing it for years. Why wouldn't we use them? And everybody's like, who, what? It's so silly. You know, somebody's doing it. Why? We shouldn't be reinventing anything. And now it's all about breaking down the walls between healthcare. So they have the fabrics, the finishes that are bleach cleanable. They have the machines, to Tim's points, that go in and sanitize a room or space, right? Typically operating rooms, but can be any room. And we're kind of using their ideas. There's so many things. I'll speak a little bit later about some of the things we're doing at Sheridan, but we were looking at adjustable tables for that flexibility in the public space. A table that somebody could work at on a laptop, and then have a nice cocktail at. That's a different height, but that they can adjust themselves depending on what they're doing at that time of day. Well, again, healthcare has been doing an adjustable table since World War II, but in hospitality, that's a very new thing. It's a new idea, but it's just almost laughable that we've kept ourselves so sequestered. But it's really exciting now that this aha moment has happened, and we're like, oh, wait, we don't need to reinvent this. Somebody else is already doing it. So that's been really exciting to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Hospitality has always been traditionally, no moving parts. You don't want anything with moving parts, but, hospitals have been doing it for so long. It's just about the quality and the engineering, and we can do this effectively.
Yeah, I love that so much, because it is, when these silos start to break down, you realize how many of the problems you have that are basically already solved somewhere else that you can use to really leverage. Around that same topic, I'd love to talk about the component of real estate. So thinking about even adaptive reuse and how we think about our spaces differently, and whether any of those silos are kind of changing and morphing.
I really think that, you look at the different markets and, look at the multifamily residential market compared to hospitality. Multifamily residential, it's all this emphasis on amenities. They're putting hospitality amenities into these buildings. So I really think that it's just a perfect evolution that, you'll have more combined building types where you would have a hotel and a residence. That's been happening already in urban markets and high-rise developments, but they've always really tried to keep the condos separate from the hotels. Well, why not create a hospitality environment that has a residential component? Those people, the residents, can keep the hotel activated during the day when most of the hotel guests are out. To me, it just seems like a perfect fit. You have, people want good health clubs and fitness centers. It allows you to be able to do better amenities within the spaces when you're serving both markets. And then also the WeWork component, the Hoxton and Fulton Market has already, done their version of, co-working within that environment. And, it just gives people an opportunity to live, work, and play all in one place.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely a common thread that you saw from the photographs 15 or 18 years ago of the Ace Hotel lobby, which is now the same lobby as WeWork. And so you have hospitality lessons being directly translated into WeWork. WeWork now going into communal living. So now it's in multifamily, this notion of how do you spend time together? How do you still allow yourself to be alone together? And how do you design around those two different versions of a space in terms of how people interact with one another, with the space itself? I think increasingly you'll see many of these lessons, these lifestyle focused lessons of hotels come across into senior living, for example, as people look to retire differently. People look to retire actively, both physically as well as mentally, and that time then socially together. I think we'll continue to find a growth in that marketplace. It's one of the things that in our most recent board meeting with the Institute of Healthy Futures there in Ithaca was a conversation of direct lessons that can be taken out of the hotel industry and pulled across. And so it's that common refrain of making sure that you've got a diversity of viewpoints at the table and increasingly seeking out those viewpoints that come from outside the traditional silos that might have otherwise designed and developed particular sectors, particular property types in the past.
Yeah. Well, it could be its whole other panel unto itself. What we have been seeing in the past 3 months is a lot of the senior living developers are now looking at hotels that weren't able to make it through this tough time, especially in downtown urban markets. So, if you think about it, the hotels already, they have the infrastructure. And there is evidently, not my area of expertise, but I'm being told, there's a lot of demand for those of retirement age who want the infrastructure of the healthcare environment, but want to still be connected to the city, want that social interaction, want to be able to go to lovely restaurants and museums and things. They don't want to be in a rural community kind of put out to pasture, so to say, but they want to be downtown, and these kind of abandoned hotels are a perfect opportunity for that.
Fascinating example. So digging into, I would love to hear you guys talk about, like, I've heard a few examples like ACE and different pieces here and there, but can you talk about what you're seeing as related to innovations and creative adaptations to respond to this recent stressor, aka this pandemic, in the hospitality industry? Gabriella, can you start us?
Yeah, so overall, I just have to say, from the teams I talked to, I actually just completed my first business trip in a year, which is very wild for me. So I was actually in a hotel, which was lovely. The operating teams and the property teams have just, the sense of hustle is unbelievable. I mean, they are thinking outside the box. They are moving and adapting by the day to what that demand wants. So this property I was touring that's about to open, it's on the beach. they're anticipating a big wedding influx, right? We're getting some news from CDC, safe gatherings. People are pent up. Nobody's gotten married, in front of people in a year. So they took a meeting space, which they're doing less of, and created this lovely bridal suite. So like getting ready, they have mirrors and they have a kind of wet bar set up and lovely lighting. And that's part of their sales package. Such a simple change. They spent very little money, but they're adapting to those demands and taking the resources that they already have. Could that be a meeting room tomorrow? Absolutely. They've not, again, kind of to my previous point, changed anything. They've just adapted. A few other examples I just think are so fantastic. The Riggs Hotel in DC, which if you haven't looked at, is just a stunning interior design architectural hotel example that opened in the past couple of years. They had the genius idea, which I am sort of like, why didn't I think of that? They have a pretty well-known restaurant, so that's an important part of this example. But they were like, okay, we have a demand for a restaurant. We can only fill it so much per local rules and regulations. So why don't we take these empty guest rooms and make little private dining rooms? And that's what they're doing. So they took the bed out, but left everything else. All the other case goods and furnishings are left in place. You can connect your phone via Bluetooth. You text with your waiter, waitress. And it's this lovely way for people to get out. They're reaching out to the community. They're still generating revenue, but they're using things that they already had, right? So even those igloos and pods and things that people are building, that costs quite a bit of money. And if that's what you have to do, it's what you have to do. One last example, I feel like I could go on and on, is one of our autograph hotels in Florida partnered with a local bookstore. We all know these independent retailers and businesses are struggling so much. And they partner with a local bookstore, and one of their in-house staff is now the book concierge. So they recommend books. You request, hey, I just need a fast mystery by the pool. And the book concierge orders the book from the bookstore and brings it to you. And kind of the ad is, on a silver platter by the pool. And I just thought, again, cheap, easy example of little changes that can make the property, market the property, make you differentiate the property is the word I'm looking for. Differentiate the property, differentiate your staff, and give the guests just a little bit of a unique experience for, again, very little money, but it's something that guests remember and they'll probably come back for.
And I love both of those examples, and also how they are helping the local economy. I think
absolutely,
in so many ways, this local strengthening. Lisa, do you want to add?
Yeah, it's about hotels finding creative revenue streams as well. Some of these full service hotels that have these underutilized kitchens, are renting out their kitchen space for ghost kitchens for food and beverage service. So, hotels are getting very creative to come up with new ideas to, just bring in a little more revenue on a daily basis.
The diversification of the business plan, I think, is really fascinating as you look at whether it's the notion of turning over guest rooms to become private dining rooms, or properties like, for example, the Island House, which brought together the notion of a private club membership with a traditional hotel experience. And by that, I mean, it's a small hotel, 30 rooms. It's essentially a glorified bed and breakfast in terms of scale, that incredible intimacy in terms of interaction with the team members who are on staff there, and really using that expertise, those facilities, to then welcome in local members of the community. Those members of the community who come in for their morning coffee and sit next to somebody who's there for only a few days. You overhear that morning breakfast conversation that the guest is having about where they spent their time yesterday. And as a local, you can say, oh, if that was what you were interested in, you should look at this place, or this place. And it's extended into the entire hotel is decorated with local Bahamian artists. They've now opened an art gallery on site as part of that program. So continuing to encourage that relationship between the community, between a new business piece in terms of the club member who's coming in and using the fitness and the spa on a regular basis, and then that transient visitor. So incredible diversity, and I think the art is incredibly interesting. We just opened a property a few months ago, COVID delayed, but with all Jamaican artists, for example. And so being able to reach out into the community, taking the time with the ownership group, with the interior designer, to go out and find those artists to actually commission pieces specific for the property, and then tell the story of that artist and of the piece and how it came to be there, and really diversify that guest experience as a result of it.
Yeah, so a follow-up question on that is, like, I think a lot of times hospitality feels like, for the traveler, but I also think this understanding of how are we a part of this local community, and how does that change the nature of your work? Like, have you seen that change, or like, are there examples kind of like what you just shared? Like, how does engagement, like the process of design, look different?
Well, I think it starts because it has to. People have choices as to where they're going to travel, and the historic kind of choices that used to the last generation of, I know what I'm going to get because I've been to property type X or Y, and in making a choice to go to a different geographical location, thankfully I know what I'm going to get. That's kind of gone out the window in the way of choice, and those choices now are rooted in, where can I experience the culture, the language, the food, the history of a particular place, and making sure that the design, the environment, the staff are all incredibly ingrained in welcoming people in that context. Not that we've been part of this experience in a different setting, but now we are specifically in Name Your Place. And so I think increasingly we're trying to understand what that means from a landscape architecture design point of view, from an interior design and art perspective, how we embrace from an architectural point of view the very unique qualities of how that community has developed architecture that's responsive to environment, anticipates resiliency considerations from whether it's the great beach hotels, and you got to now think much more smartly about horizontally and vertically, where are you building in anticipation of sea level rise or waves coming ashore in a storm event. The science behind that continues to mature. So there's incredible diversity of ways that design has been influenced.
Gabriella, I'd be curious to hear, like, you all are so large and have that standard that you're carrying across, which has, so many strengths. Have you all talked about this component of local, and how are you guys addressing it?
Yeah, absolutely. So for the past couple years, the focus has been away from, I think Marriott got in this rut of standards and every hotel looking the same, thinking back 2000s and earlier. And we really got away from that. Over the past 10 plus years, there's been a huge push for that individuality. But aside from that, every single one of our projects, renovation, obviously the conversions and new builds, is incredibly important, have a design narrative. So every project starts with a narrative that sets the foundation, I call it, for the design. And that narrative is incredibly important because having 30 brands, we need to have diversification between the brands. So there's a strategy for each of the brands, but we also need diversification for that location. So we need to know, what are you going to talk about? What's your story? Even if we'll take, I was in Virginia Beach. That's where I was this week. We have 5 hotels within a mile stretch in Virginia Beach. So there are only so many things you can talk about, but every hotel still needs to have a point of view. It still needs to have some tie to that location, even if it's just an art program. I mean, we have hotels everywhere. Some locations are not the most, glamorous and exciting, but it needs to have something. And that is, again, across all brands, all locations, whether you're at airport, downtown, and that has been really important. That's changed the mindset. More than that, again, just building off of what we've seen in these kind of dire times, we've really noticed that it's not, contrary to previous beliefs, it's not the traveler who keeps the lights on, it's the community who keeps the lights on. When things get really bad, it's the people around you who can walk or drive to your property who are going to keep the dollars coming in, again, in extreme times. So to Tim's point, how do you make yourself special? That Riggs Hotel makes themselves special because they had a fabulous F&B program.
Yeah.
You know, what is it? What's your hook? Is it weddings? Is it, we've rolled out a global meeting strategy where we'll handle all of the connectivity for you. So that's been a hook to, again, bring people in, get that local, serve a need that people can't fill by themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's so good. I'm like, just wish we had forever. So, okay, so I'm just gonna, summarize a few things that I feel like I'm hearing, and then I'd love to hop into some of these awesome questions. So really, everything from thinking about hospitality as your front living room and what that means both for community members as well as for travelers, and really that idea of helping have these sort of flexible solutions, not only design flexibly, but also operationalize flexibly. And I think really how you talked about the creativity that comes both from the breaking down of the silos as well as from necessity, right? Like we need to be thinking differently and how can we problem solve that? And I think thinking about how not only through these creative revenue streams, but also how hospitality can leverage its own real estate. And finally, this component that I felt like we were just talking about around placemaking and the identity of a place and making sure that it feels here, like you feel like you know that you're here. So I feel like we've covered a lot of amazing ground. So some of the questions that are coming in really cluster around this aspect of balancing safety and aesthetics and sort of functionality and the components around like social interaction with COVID and, sort of that, all of that. So who wants to start?
I'll jump in. It's going to be a cautious return. And I think that's the intriguing piece of how do you design for that. People are, they're going to dip their toes in before they jump in to returning to hotels, to returning to events at hotels. So a little bit like Gabby, I did my first business trip in a year this week. I was at a property who has invested in an immense outdoor tent where the frame can be put up and taken down in about a day's time, but you can all of a sudden have open sides around you for 200 people to come together. So I think anticipating that cautious return is what we're seeing in right now, and so that whether it's at that scale of a large group coming together and doing so instead of indoors, being able to identify a strategy that either opens the doors, the windows that were being discussed earlier, that the ballroom that used to be buried between pre-function and banquet kitchen is now being pushed out in the design to sit on a facade and being able to open that up. And so that's a change in the larger infrastructure of built assets, but how do you create these group settings in different locations? But it's all the way down to the scale of making sure that you have the wall-mounted HEPA filter that you can see in your guest room. And you walk in and you're able to welcome guests back in a way that visually they understand their safety. And it's complemented by, different seating groups in lobbies or in lounge spaces. So you continue to mature our understanding of all of that and anticipate some people will be ready to jump right into that pool, and other people really are going to only dip their toes in here as they slowly return to these great settings.
Yeah, Lisa, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I really think that technology is going to play a big role in allowing us to return safely. You know, in hospitality, technology has always kind of taken a little bit of a back seat just because of the cost. And hospitality historically is very bottom line driven. And some of these things that were intended to go into projects sometimes get value engineered out. But now, you know, with what's going on today, the need for touchless technology and even, you know, borrowing from healthcare, as we discussed earlier, with surfaces and, you know, things that are easily cleanable, but are still very upscale and still project the appropriate image. That's going to be really important moving forward. But it's nice to see that finally we're embracing technology as well as, you know, better HVAC systems, you know, lots of times things that have been hidden, you know, there wouldn't be as much money put into them, but now that they are increasingly important to guests, these systems are becoming a priority, and I think that's great.
Gabby, any thoughts from your end? I know that I've heard you talk about different, you know.
Yeah, just quickly, I think it's such a good question. And honestly, it's something that we're figuring out. We're in such uncharted territory that we're all figuring this out. What does the future look like? But to Tim's point, where we are today is still in the welcome back to travel. Guests want to see the safety. So they don't care if your plexiglass screen on the front desk is kind of, you know, haphazardly, shoved on or stickied on. Those details don't matter to guests, but they want to see the plexiglass screen. So where the future is, again, we're not thinking reactionary. When I'm designing, let's take a front desk or a check-in pod. Maybe we'll design a nice slot that a plexiglass screen could slide into, but if we aren't there, if that's something that's not happening, a guest would never even notice that detail. So it's, again, enhanced flexibility, thinking about all of the scenarios, but not just reacting, we got to bubble our associates in, or we need to, it's not this gut reaction. It's just thinking about what might come at us, because kind of who knows what the next big event could be. I guess
be very
as
different,
horrible as that is.
So just real quick, and then I'll do a little lightning round. One of the questions that we got was kind of two of them were about relating to specific requirements for different people, and how do you think about both, like, in your design process, what does that look like, but also that balance between consistency versus customization.
All right, sorry.
For it.
I think the fun thing about the conversation that Gabby introduced is, inevitably, as architects, you walk into the room and it used to be that here's the manual for our hotel brand, and it's 9 inches thick, and you immediately hand it off to your colleague and say, go read this tonight. And thankfully, that still exists, because there are certain aspects of the hotel experience that need to be consistent. And a lot of it now really focuses on the things that you don't see. It's how do you make sure that the door hardware is able to anticipate and receive the RFID solutions that interact with your phone to unlock your door, or it's the changes and the evolutions to HVAC requirements as you start to put in central UV and other things like that respond to air quality or water quality, or lighting controls increasingly that you anticipate things like the market growth in things like circadian lighting, and how do you use color temperatures at different times of day that are coming from LED fixtures to complement natural body cycles that are embedded in the chemicals that are inside of our body every day, and different quality of light in the morning. It's blue light, and if you have that coming from your ceiling light or your bathroom light, sometimes it's more effective on your human body than a cup of coffee to get you going in the morning. And equally, if you still have that blue light in the evening, it's going to keep you going rather than start to change. And that's, people have been wearing blue blockers and other things increasingly as they spend day after day on Zoom and find themselves unable to get to sleep at the end of the day. So thankfully there are some standards, but there's also, and a lot of them are disappearing because the focus then is the things that can be atypical. Really is the environment that celebrates, the indoor environment, the outdoor complement to that in terms of outdoor rooms that really celebrate and focus on the unique qualities of a particular place. And I think that's embedded in how do you convey that sense of history, the sense of culture, and really make sure that the people who had a choice to stay in property A or property B have chosen your property because of the conversations on TripAdvisor and other places about the unique experience that really celebrated, hey, I'm in DC and I really got a great Washington, DC experience, which is different than what I got when I went to a different city or to a different resort setting.
So our final lightning round, we have 4 minutes left. So I'd love to go starting with the question of, when you look to the future, this title is The Vision for a More Connected Future. What is one thing that you would like to see hospitality embody to have that vision for a more connected future? Lisa, you want to start us off?
Yeah, I would really love for hospitality to fuse more with residential and workplace, and to really become a central gathering place, not just for the community, but become almost this place that can host it all. I love the idea of this integration of all the different uses. I think that there's a lot of efficiencies, and it would be really, I think, really great to be in those types of environments that have a piece of the community plus hospitality plus workplace, where you could really have a space that, could be your community, not just bringing them in, but actually be a community.
That's great. Tim?
Because they're such an important part of the community, and I'd love to anticipate a future where that's kind of the status quo of what a hotel represents in terms of the development opportunity, the ways that people interact with it. But because of that lead role, I'd love to envision a future where wellness is increasingly a very real conversation about why you're choosing to be there. Then the real premise of that for me is rooted as an architect. For many, many years, starting in the 90s, we kind of codified and USGBC wrote down what LEED was all about and how we could be sustainable. And ultimately, the buildings benefited immensely as a result of that. I'd love to envision a future that extends that notion of sustainability, not just for the building itself, but for the people who are in that building. That evolution needs to be about the health and well-being, physical, mental, spiritual, of the people who choose to spend time in those hotels, and really be out at the forefront of pushing that conversation into the community at large to understand how important it is for health and well-being to be a real underpinning of why developments come to be, and how the design specific to that development really embraces and anticipates those requirements.
Awesome. Gabby?
I just think we're already working on it, but further anticipatory design. So, so knowing that a one-night stay on a Tuesday, they don't want to be bombarded with local events and cultures and extra, bellman and services, right? That's probably a business traveler. Maybe they have elite status. Here's a bottle of water. here's what time our happy hour is, here's where you can grab a quick healthy bite to eat, and you want to get in and out. I might be sitting in a chair. I want to know where the power is. I want to be able to adjust the light because I'm on my laptop versus a written book. It's those anticipatory design touch points that the guests, I joke that we're filling the need before the guest even knows they need it. That is when we know we've won. And just more of that and enhancing that.
That's perfect ending. Thank you guys so much. And thank you everyone for joining us. And I hope you have a great rest of the day and rest of your sessions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jessica, and I'm a sophomore in the hotel school and a programs manager in the programs department. I'm thrilled to be announcing Dining and Sonic Ambience, how sound impacts the ability for people to connect in venues, featuring Gregory Scott. Enjoy.
Hi, welcome to this presentation, basically about how to think about and potentially optimize the acoustics in your venue to improve the dining experience for patrons. A lot of people underestimate the impact of noise and acoustics on the dining experience, and Soundprint is basically an app that helps diners find quieter venues and avoid the noisy ones, or put venue managers on alert, or put in a request to help mitigate the noise if they want their acoustics to be improved. So basically, before we delve in, just to give you some insight how Soundprint got started, I myself have severe hearing loss, and I was dating in New York City, and I wanted to find quieter venues to meet up with dates. Basically because noise interferes a lot with conversation, and with hearing loss, the ability to hear becomes that much more important. And so, as you can see, I would Google quiet spots, New York City, I guess, in a quest for search for love. And basically, I found that there was a white space, and that a lot of the information on what constituted a quiet place was inaccurate, because oftentimes I would show up to a venue, it'd be blasting loud, like you can see the screenshot on the decibel meter, and I was unable to connect with my date. And basically, the photo on the right is how I felt with many dates. So I created a crowdsourcing decibel app that allows users to measure the noise level, submit it to a public database for other people to find quieter venues, avoid noisy ones, and contact venue managers, asking them to mitigate or optimize acoustics. So what is Soundprint? It's basically a crowdsourcing app that's been called Yelp for noise by the media. It basically allows diners and venue managers to monitor sound levels and protect their own and the employees' hearing health, and also allows diners to discover venues based on how quiet or noisy they are. And you can see these are a few screenshots from the app. On the left, you see what the decibel meter looks like. There's 4 sound level categories of quiet, which is safe for hearing health, conducive to conversation, and then same with moderate, which is between 71 and 75 decibels. And then you have loud, which is harder for conversation, but still likely safe for hearing health. And then you have very loud, which is very unsafe for hearing health, and obviously very difficult for conversation. And then the middle screenshot is basically a map version, color-coded by the venues in the area when a user searches for it. And then on the right is the list results of how loud or quiet the venues are. And basically, the app has done really well. And I bring this up to show that there's a market of people, there's a segment of people who care about noise and want something to be done. And before the smartphone and before the advent of apps like this, people just felt powerless to be able to do anything when they spoke to venue managers about it. And Zaggett's annual survey shows that among diners, noise is the #1 or #2 complaint in major cities in the U.S., and this is a consistent finding in the annual Zaggett survey. The media reports also show a rise in the number of complaints about loud restaurant noise. You can see some of these articles here from the New York Times, Eater, Vox. It's becoming a very widespread issue. And so now we talk about you. Why should venues care about acoustics? As I mentioned, there's a sizable market that's being ignored. It's not just baby boomers with more disposable incomes. Over a year and a half of the app's life, we've had more than 120,000 submissions, which is basically the largest publicly accessible database of sound levels worldwide. Outside of the US and Canada, we've had organic growth abroad in Europe, Australia. There's been so many submissions that various cities now have quiet lists where patrons will nominate restaurants to be put on a city-based quiet list, and then we promote the venues to be put on the quiet list. So people wanting a quick search on the website or the app can find where the quieter venues are. The issue of noise in restaurants definitely has resonated with the public. There's been features in the New Yorker, Oprah, The Guardian, Vox to give you a taste that people do care about noise. And now that there's an onslaught of coming tools about how to advocate to the venue managers, how to improve the acoustics, and that's what this presentation is about. Our mission is to promote hearing health worldwide, and eventually over time is to create hearing health awareness about the dangers of loud noise levels. And restaurants and venue managers, one way we do it, and we endeavor to show that the venue managers themselves can also benefit from improving the acoustic because it makes for a better dining experience on top of improving hearing health of the employees and the patrons. And so just as a formality, why should venues care about acoustics? Well, noise and auditory cues play a large role in a patron's sensory and dining experience. There's been studies showing that noise can affect a diner's perception and the enjoyment of the food and drinks, believe it or not. So foods have been shown to be, some foods have been shown to be less salty or sweet under conditions of loud noise. The other thing that noise has an impact on diners is it can put them in a worse mood than they otherwise would have been, because noise elicits stress and anxiety response. You have increased cortisol in your body. There's the frustration with the inability to hear and connect with the companions. Dining is often considered a social experience, and so there's a large segment of diners who, when they go out to eat, don't always enjoy shouting too much. We're not talking about all diners here. Obviously, some diners like really loud environments because it can be fun, but there's also a large segment of diners that feel like, they don't have a place to go to, or they don't know a quieter place, and not necessarily a quiet place, but just a quieter place. Places can be moderate, or they can be loud and optimized for noise. And if you think about it, try to remember a time when you've been in a venue, whether it's a bar or a restaurant, and you're used to the noise, so you may not notice it, but when you leave the venue, all of a sudden, sometimes you'll notice your body relaxing, and that's your body relaxing, taking a break from the onslaught of excessive noise. Just to continue, as I mentioned before, patrons increasingly care about noise, but they feel like nothing is being done. We've done a survey where, due to noise, 52% of patrons, these are normal hearing patrons, have left the restaurant never to return. And restaurant review sites and critics are also increasingly reporting on sound levels alongside the quality of the food and service. This one is pertinent to this audience. Loud noise can affect the revenue streams if venue managers are unaware of the cause. There's been a study where acoustical treatment of restaurants, the before and after, and that revenue increased 10% with a 1.5 month payback after the excessive noise was addressed. You can also think about noise as a way to protect your own and employee hearing health. Excessive noise is a serious contributor to noise-induced hearing loss and is a serious rising public health issue. And then the other thing is recently is COVID transmission. So when places are louder, people, known as the Lombard effect, where you have a little bit of background noise, so then people start talking so they can hear over the background noise, and then other tables start talking louder because they need to be able to hear each other on top of somebody else's noise, and all of a sudden the place gets louder and louder. And with COVID, when a place is louder, people speak up louder, and it increases the likelihood of COVID transmission. So just something to think about. And a lot of people have a misperception that addressing noise to optimize acoustics is expensive, and in many cases it can be. But there are also inexpensive steps that can be undertaken to optimize acoustics, and we put this on the website. I think it's important to point out that noise doesn't necessarily need to be reduced or mitigated. A venue can be loud and exciting and still optimized for acoustics and conversation. However, when diners are complaining about excessive noise, they're really talking about noise that often interfere with their ability to converse, and it can also cause noise-induced hearing loss. So if a place is loud and is optimized, you won't get a lot of, you typically don't find a lot of noise complaints. Sometimes you do, but it's really more often the case of a combination of excessive loud noise from a sound level perspective and the acoustics of the place that hasn't been optimized for acoustics. So I want to point out 3 statements that people widely believe, and we're going to go through and say, is it a myth or a reality? Most patrons enjoy loud restaurants. There are no quiet restaurants anymore, or it's too expensive to outfit and optimize or acquire a venue. So I just want to quickly diverge for a second. Where we get a lot of this data from is we have 2 features where we're able to poke around the data where after a user takes a measurement of a sound level and they tag the venue to it, users can nominate a place to be added to a quiet list, whether it's in the app or on the website, for other people to quickly find the quieter venues. And then the other second feature is what we call a user-based noise complaint. I'll get on the nomenclature about noise complaint in a second, but basically what happens is users request management to mitigate or optimize the noise. We contact the venue with suggestive and expensive tips on how to improve the acoustics. We do not give this data to like a government agency. We're not out to like get somebody. And so despite the nomenclature of the term noise complaint, our mission is to work with restaurants to optimize or improve acoustics. It's not to call them out. So the reason why we came up with the term noise complaint was we were hard pressed to come up with any other term that was able to convey to the user what exactly the feature was. And this is aligned with our mission to make the world a quieter place and to preserve hearing health for not only the venue managers and the employees, but the patrons themselves. So based on the data, if you think about it, we did this survey where we asked thousands of people when at a restaurant, which sound level do you prefer, whether it's quiet, moderate, loud, or very loud. It's basically the way Soundprint identifies the sound level category. And we also asked what percentage of Manhattan restaurants and bars are conducive to conversation. We didn't ask, and we actually looked at the data to see what percentage of the venues were conducive. And this was based on more than 3,000 venues in Manhattan, based on more than 9,000 sound level measurements that were taken. So if you think to yourself, take a guess, what percentage of restaurants and bars do you think were conducive to conversation? So is it true that there are no quiet restaurants? And then study revealed that actually there are. In Manhattan, which is known to be very noisy, about 30% of venues, the ability to have a conversation did exist. So it's not true that there are no quieter venues that exist. And our goal is to reduce the 71% and increase the 23 and the 6% over time by working with the venues that want to improve their acoustic. And then, in addition to to figuring out which places are difficult for conversation, we wanted to analyze the percentage of venues that were dangerous for hearing health of your own patrons, and as well as your employees and the managers themselves. And 31% of restaurants endanger the hearing health had sound levels so high, which is actually a very high figure. So 3 out of every 10 restaurants. We're not talking about places that are just loud. We're talking about places that are incredibly loud due to poor acoustics and sound levels. And then 60% of bars, which isn't that surprising. Here's just the full data from what it was before. 6% of restaurants are quiet, but 23% of them are moderate. And then you can see 40% are loud, and then 31% are very loud. Another just interesting thing we did with the data was people often ask us how can they find a quieter venue. So one of the things we looked at was by cuisine type, which cuisine tended to be louder or quieter. So if you think for 1 second, if you had to take a guess, the data shows that Indian, Chinese, and Japanese restaurants tend to be quieter than American, Mexican, and Mediterranean spots. It's just something that's just interesting. And then very pertinent to this audience is, what are the ways to optimize acoustic to mitigate noise? One of the issues is that a lot of restaurants don't think about noise until after they get noise complaints. So in an ideal world, you want to consider acoustic during the initial design of the venue. It's much less expensive because many of the costs occurred due to retrofitting the acoustics. And so there was one example we know, well, there was many examples, but one example was a New York City restaurant was awarded a Michelin star after they changed their acoustic because the acoustic levels were so bad. Even though it wasn't terribly loud, they were getting complaints. There are inexpensive ways to mitigate noise levels. We also put this on the website if you want to reference it later. Think about, you want to analyze your space, venues that don't have sound absorption materials on half of the ceiling and 20 to 30% of the walls may have noise issues. Again, these are just very high-level rules of thumb. You can purchase relatively inexpensive and customizable, that's very important, customizable sound absorption materials such as ceiling panels or sound diffusers. You want to think about where you can relocate the loud machines and the service station. So like if you have a coffee machine or other types of some machines that are loud, think about where they're placed. Are they close to the patrons? Are they close to the table? Are there other places they can be moved? One thing you can do is you can change the direction of the speakers. So rather than having all the speakers do a surround sound, which in some cases can be good if you have a very optimized sound system, but one of the things you can do is you can place speakers so that when the sound travels, there's a certain alcove or area of the restaurant or your space that is quieter than other areas. So if people come in asking for a quieter place, or they just, that they have a business meeting or they just want to have conversation, you can kind of think about ways where certain tables can be quieter than others. Other things that absorb sound are carpet, rugs, tablecloths, drapes, and plants throughout the venue to absorb the noise. And then if none of this works, or if it works but if you want more stuff to be done, you can always reach out to an acoustic consultant who can analyze your space and provide potential solutions. So that's basically just a very brief introduction into what Soundprint is. We want to work with venues to optimize their acoustics, put them in touch with acoustic suppliers. Our mission is hearing health oriented, and we hope in all of this that you consider acoustics and design for your space to make a better, pleasant experience for your customers. And if you have any questions or comments or thought, you can email me at greg@soundprint.co. Check out the website with any thoughts or tips. We would love to hear from you. That's about it. Thank you very much.
This year's conference theme for HEC 96, Together, will focus on the spirit of people and service to others. HEC celebrates a human connection within hospitality and the power of unity to overcome difficulty together. Our programming for this year's conference explores forward-thinking solutions, highlights a resilient industry, and inspires fellowship across communities. DC Central Kitchen, a nonprofit organization focused on preventing both hunger and poverty in local communities, bridges the gap between hospitality and social responsibility using innovation and the spirit of compassion. Our silent auction will continue our efforts to highlight and honor DCCK, which originally began in HEC 95 before the conference was reimagined. Our silent auction will feature hotel stays, meals at Michelin star restaurants, wine tasting, golf, and more. So, through your participation in the silent auction, you will have the opportunity to experience some of the following.
Enjoy a 3-night stay at the Westin Ghana Bali and spectacular 12-acre tropical paradise. Surrounded by lush gardens with cascading waterfalls, the 770-room beachfront resort abounds with different ways to rejuvenate. Guests can indulge in 6 outdoor pools that include an interactive new family pool, dedicated adults-only pool, spa rejuvenation, unique island-themed dining experiences, and cultural activities. The resort is just steps away from snorkel and sunset cruises, neighboring Whalers Village and Championship Golf. Complimentary shuttle experiences are also offered for a short trip to the historic Lahaina of town for more shopping, dining, nightlife, and sightseeing experiences.
Enjoy the blue waters and sunny skies at the historic 133-year-old Hotel del Coronado. The Del, a curio collection hotel by Hilton, has seen the likes of Marilyn Monroe, Presidents Harrison, Taft, Roosevelt, Nixon, Carter, and Ford, Charlie Chaplin, and more grace its grounds. The architecture of the hotel, the high-profile celebrities and figures that have visited the hotel, and the movies that have been filmed at the hotel have contributed to its being designated a National Historic Landmark in 1977.
Additionally, we have Per Se. As a critically acclaimed interpretation of the French Laundry, Per Se was opened by world-famous chef Thomas Keller. The property is Chef Keller's second 3 Michelin-starred restaurant that features daily 9-course tasting menus and 9-course vegetable tasting menus that never repeat a single ingredient. Per Se combines French cooking techniques, the finest quality of ingredients available, and an award-winning wine list consisting of more than 2,000 bottles. Enjoy an intimate 2-person salon tasting at the Relais and Chateau Associated Restaurant.
Through your participation in the silent auction, we will have the opportunity to support an organization that breaks the cycle of poverty and hunger. We chose DC Central Kitchen because we believe they embody our theme by combating food insecurity and unemployment through innovating and inspiring methods that bridges the gap between hospitality and social responsibility. We are so happy to support their work at HEC. And so from all of us at HEC, we wish you and your families good health and look forward to seeing you at the silent auction.
Well, hello. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you all very much for welcoming Ron and I back. I'd like to thank the Dean of the Hotel School, Dean Walsh, and the Hotel Ezra Cornell Board. It's a real thrill for Ron and I to participate in HEC, and we had the opportunity to do it for 4 years. Sadly, last year was virtual. We were kicking off the Cornell with HEC, and we're excited to be back. And I reflected, Ron and I both had a chance to watch our presentation from last year, and we talked about this crisis and where we were at the beginning. And I'm just happy that we obviously are in a very different place today, and I think we're in a very positive glide scope where we're balancing health and science, and now really can see a recovery for the hospitality industry and entertainment industry. And we're very excited to share with you these consumer trends that are reshaping 2020 and are now really moving forward into 2021 and beyond. So with that said, I look forward to spending the next hour with all of you, and thank you.
Thanks, Raj, and I look forward to spending the next hour with you as well. I did want to have a couple of other thank yous, not only to our colleagues that help us do this research, but also to our friends at Trend Watching, who have been great strategic partners to the company. Again, how important is it to our business and to our industry to be aware of how things have changed and what those consumer and guest expectations are? Again, our goal is to make sure that we're creating services and products that appeal to those travelers. And boy, have things changed over the past year. Let's start the presentation. That's my cue for please advance.
Next slide, please. Yeah. 2020 changed and reprioritized human needs and ways, and changing what people and guests will expect in 2021. And the next slide, please. Those changed human needs led to unstoppable innovation. Next slide, please. This is a great example of a young woman graduating from the University of Indiana and saying, hey, this is going to be my experience and my memory, and thrilled to see all this interesting innovation for consumers throughout. Next slide, please. And obviously, religious ceremonies had to be changed differently. So this is a new way of receiving communion. Next slide. And this is a really fun one that Dos Equis came up with. They created a 6-foot cooler that allows people to, as I like to say, and we say here at the Getty's Group companies, physically distance, not socially distance, because we all wanted to be safely social throughout the crisis, enjoy a cold beer, and be with friends. Next slide, please. COVID-19 poured on rocket fuel for consumers' expectations.
So let's talk a little bit about, let's advance the next slide, please. Thank you. So we're going to spend a minute talking about this slide because there's a lot to say here. And then on the following 2 slides, we're going to explain what we mean by this. Right. So the consumer's expectation has changed, right, in 7 major ways. And if you want to think about how your business and your services need to change over the course of this next year and beyond, think about these 7 things, okay? Health and well-being, critically important to today's and tomorrow's consumers. Connection, more important than ever. Convenience, peace of mind, entertainment, trust, and fairness. Let's pick those apart a little bit, one at a time. But again, the events of this past year had a huge impact on everyone's lives, and it's changed their expectations. And what we can do as service providers in this industry is make sure that we are providing ways to resolve some of these issues for our guests. Let's advance to the next slide, please. Thank you.
Health and well-being, a renewed focus on hygiene, preventative health, mental health, home, workouts, and a greater use of telehealth. I'm sure we've all experienced all of those. Shift to digital. Oh, sorry, Ron, go ahead.
So you go ahead if you'd like, Raj. I think it's up to you. I was going to cover the big topic, and I think you were going to provide a little bit more color on this one. Okay. I was the play-by-play man. You were the color commentary.
All right.
All right. So again, if we look at the major ways that the consumer has changed their expectation and their lives have changed, the second one is about connection, right? We're all feeling a much deeper connection to people, even though we're further apart, and we're relying upon these digital tools like the ones we're dealing with right now to have that digital interaction. There's a huge surge not only in video chat and platforms, but also social media usage. So the underscore here is think about the way that your brands are utilizing social media, because there is a deeper usage, a much higher usage than ever before as it relates to social media. Anything that you wanted to layer on a statistic about connections, Raj?
Yeah, thanks, Ron. So 59% of the consumers in Europe are now much more conscious about their overall health as a result of COVID-19, and 72% of them plan to eat and drink a healthier diet. So I think that is, an amazing fact. And then regarding connection, 180 million people are using social media. They did from July of 2020 to September. And from that 3-month period, there was almost an additional 2 million more users per day in that 3-month period.
Right. So I guess to highlight that, then we're seeing a huge uptick in social media usage. Because people want to feel connected to one another. They also need to feel connected to the brands because they're making different decisions today than they did previously. And part of that is around convenience, right? We've seen an enormous rise in e-commerce usage, a preference for supporting those local businesses. It might be that restaurant around the corner that you have an affinity for, that you want to help survive the pandemic. And so there is a deeper relationship between either you as a service provider and your local community, or you as someone who lives in the community and the relationship that you have to those more convenient outlets nearby. So, there's been a lot of focus on convenience during this period of time. Let's move on to the next slide, and we'll take you through numbers 4 through 7 as it relates to that profile of the new consumer. So peace of mind is a huge issue. Look, because are we taking care of ourselves in a time that is more tumultuous than ever before? That the notion of mindfulness and giving people a better sense of peace of mind is a responsibility and opportunity for all businesses. And we've seen all kinds of innovation around that. We're going to cover a few of those later in the presentation. There's also been huge upsurge in entertainment consumption, not just a shift to streaming services. There's plenty of that, but also gaming activities. And we'll give you a few examples today of how this new kind of higher level of usage and adoption of gaming platforms has led to some interesting innovations. Moving to trust, look, this is an interesting 24 months as you analyze trust and trust in brands and trust in information. And so being a trustworthy brand, a trustworthy provider is more important than ever. So certainly things that you can do and we can do to enhance our trustworthiness is critically important. And then lastly, there's also a notion of fairness. Look, this was a global and is still a global pandemic. We are all affected by this. And as a result of that and some of the social injustice that took place over the past year, there is an even higher level of importance on fairness and what you are doing as an individual, as a company, as a community to promote fairness. So all of these things taken in aggregate create amazing opportunities for us to think about the service we're providing, the relationships that we have, this notion of focusing on health and well-being, connection, convenience, peace of mind, entertainment, trust, and fairness is just critically important. So if I could impose on you to advance to
Hey, Ron,
the next slide, please.
Yes,
Rod.
I just wanted to add one interesting statistic on it as it relates to entertainment and the consumers. $20 billion worth of mobile games were purchased in the third quarter of 2020, and that was up 5% from the year before. And then in Europe, TikTok reached 100 million users in September of 2020. So the whole entertainment side of things has just been an incredibly explosive thing as it relates to the new consumer of today. Thanks, Ron.
Yeah, no, look, you're right, Raj. It isn't just that more people are seeking forms of entertainment, but new platforms or existing platforms have blown up. You talk about TikTok. I could mention Clubhouse as another example of just a platform that all of a sudden has grown in importance in our lives as a form of connectivity and entertainment.
And business, let's face it, they're going to be great tools for all of you hotel, restaurateurs, and entertainment people to use to promote your brands.
Absolutely. Okay, so on to the trends. Let's advance, please, and thank you to the next slide. These are the 3 trends we're going to be talking about today, and the way that Roger and I have done this historically is help you understand kind of the macro trend itself, brand care, creative challengers, and the contactless economy. We'll bring you into a deeper understanding of what that means. And then we're going to show you some examples. We'll tell you why that's important now, why this trend is growing in importance now. We'll cite some examples of companies that are embracing each of these 3 trends. And then we'll talk about what is next for the world and what is next for hospitality. Okay, that's the format we're going to follow. If we could advance to the next slide, we'll take you a little deeper into brand care. So brand care is really about how we can, as brands, provide a deeper level of care to our consumers, to our brand loyalists. Remember, this new health economy has had a huge impact on our world. And the question is, are you ready as a company to be supportive of that new health economy? Advancing to the next slide, please. I'll explain the why now for each of these major trends. Okay, so we have brand responders. And by brand responders, we mean brands that have pivoted to change, to capitalize on opportunities, but also to take care of the needs of the public. You had lots of brands changing what they were producing and how they were delivering it. Their entire supply chains were kind of rethought. And brands as carers, the last line there, brands as carers remained, even though the need for things like PPE may have fallen off. Look at the way that companies like Baxter are stepping in to support companies like Pfizer. Again, it's a put the world first kind of opportunity, and brands that are stepping up are changing the way that they're perceived by the public. And that certainly can be true for the hospitality industry as well. Let's not minimize the importance of mental health, right? The demand for mental health services are rising and have risen in an enormous way. We have to be cognizant of the fact that this has been a very, very stressful period for all of us. And the brands that are considering the mental health of their employees and of their customers are certainly growing their fan base, their loyalty base among their consumers. Prevention, not cure, meaning there's far more interest in preventative health care than ever before. This will lead us to more health and wellness focus and healthfulness overall. And there are lots of things that hotels can do to be in the preventative health care category as it relates to food and beverage and fitness, et cetera. And the last thing to consider of why this brand care trend has grown in importance now is, frankly, it's good business. Health is big, big business. And it's only getting bigger as you look at the swelling of the demographics of aging populations around the world. So there's lots of reasons why brand care has grown in importance. Let's advance to the next slide and give you some specific examples around those. Thank you. Raj?
Yeah, and then just as it relates to that trend, not only is tech blowing up, but also in the health area, Unilever anticipates $1 billion being spent on meatless products in 2022 and 2023. So huge opportunities there. Slingshot's, really sort of flipping the switch here. It's a very interesting gaming company that sort of said, hey, how do we take esports production and partner with a mental health care company, Rise Above, to provide therapy sessions while people were gaming. So they saw an incredible uptick in gaming and during the crisis and said, hey, let's bring people together for free that can game, registered therapists with people that are enjoying our games and help them through the crisis. So just a terrific way of extending brand care in a really positive way, and I'm sure bringing many more loyalists to their platform.
So Raj, let's no, hang on a sec. Let's unpack this one for a second.
Okay.
So what happened? We have a crisis that is affecting the entire world. There's a high level of stress, and people are turning to entertainment, right? That all relates back to what we just talked about. What happened? People were playing games to get a lot of their to have escapism, right? To find themselves in an immersive gaming environment, but they were also using games as a place for people to vent some of that frustration and certainly a shoot 'em up game, first person shooter might be a way to do that. So that's why Skillshot, who's paying attention, they're a game provider, they're an online provider, they know what the game usage patterns are, and they've said, hey, we need to step in here and try to make a difference. I love that this is a company saying, and this is going to our earlier point, what can companies do? What can brands do to provide brand care? Here's a great example of that. Let's drop therapists into the game. And I watched some videos of what this looks like, and people are just like hanging out with people while they're playing the games virtually and having conversations about their anxiety levels. So let's advance to the next slide, and I'll talk about the next example of brand care. It's Microsoft Teams. It's an app that frankly we were not using very much before the pandemic, but how could we run our business, Raj, without it now? It's impossible because we are on it constantly. And this sounds like a Microsoft commercial, but to their credit, there's been a lot of innovation around shared platforms for communication like Microsoft Teams. So anyway, Teams is doing something really fun. They noticed that the way that people are using Teams, jumping from meeting to meeting without a break in between, or shutting their computers down and saying, hey, my day is over, really isn't great for your mental health. So they've created a virtual commute, which essentially is a transition period between stopping working or starting working and whatever preceded it or follows. And so they've introduced some ways to even take a Headspace guided meditation at the end of the day or before your day. And I think it's a real clever way of a brand, again, providing brand care and saying, hey, what can we do to help people? And this is a mental health thing, Raj. I mean, we're working more hours than we ever worked before. And Microsoft knows it. They can track that data. Anything you wanted to layer on about this one, Raj?
Yeah, I think this is just another lovely example of flipping the script where, you would tend to think this is all about efficiency, but Microsoft is understanding, as Ron just mentioned, we are all working so hard. How do they add an opportunity for us to have these check-ins with ourselves, but also with our team? So it really is a great product that has certainly helped us, be able to be much more productive. We basically, after HEC last year, 2 days later, sent everybody home for a few weeks and, haven't had the full office back for a year. And Teams allowed us to just jump in and go. So we're very appreciative of it. Know there are a lot of other mediums, but this is a great example of brand care for sure. Let's go to the next slide. So Driftwell is a really fascinating product. In September of 2020, Pepsi announced the launch of this product. It's a beverage to help consumers unwind before bed. And the product contains 20 milligrams of lethaphane and 10% of magnesium. And these two ingredients are proven to reduce stress. And what's really interesting about this is it's a 7.5 ounce can, and it's a still beverage. And obviously, Pepsi's primary business is providing us all with a lot of caffeine. So here's just another example of flipping the script and sort of saying, hey, these are some pretty stressful times. Let's create a nice product that keeps people within our brand family that can help people unwind at the end of the day or whatever time of the day is their end of the day. Anything you want to lay around on?
just that I love the fact that this innovation actually came from within Pepsi. This is someone within the company saying, hey, wait a second, we're caffeinating the heck out of people. Maybe we need to help them wind down. And I'm going to make a prediction here. We don't usually make predictions on this show, but I'm going to make one right now, which is, I think that if the 2010s, the 20 teens was about being caffeinated, and there are plenty examples of making the most use of every minute of your day in order to keep up with this kind of fast pace of connectivity, I think that the 2020s are going to be about slowing down. I think it's going to be about enjoying life a little bit more, understanding the quality of sleep, and understanding the effects of what caffeine and blue light and screen time and all those things are actually having on our mental health and our physical health.
Couldn't agree with you more. And interestingly, Accenture predicts that 2020 and this whole decade is going to be the decade of the home, and people just spending more time at home, working from home. And obviously, the pandemic has pushed us forward in that regard in a big way. So I think you're.
Did they predict that? Did they predict that before the pandemic, or?
No, they predicted that. They predicted that, during.
That would have been an amazing prediction prior to the pandemic. People would be spending more time at home. Yeah, let's jump on to the next slide, please, and thank you. All right. So, admittedly, I am a Headspace user, but I am not a Hinge user. But
Julie's sake.
My wife would, if she's watching this right now, would be glad to know that. So again, this is about brand care, people. This is the category about what brands can do to help people in their lives, particularly as it relates to healthcare. So it's what Hinge and Headspace have done is they've teamed up to say, hey, look, dating is that is a stressful thing to do. You're going on a first date with somebody. What can they do to ease some of the tension in an already tense time? And particularly dating now, my goodness, as if online dating wasn't already something that might be anxiety ridden. So you can meditate now using some meditation apps that Headspace has provided prior to reaching out to somebody or prior to a date. So I just love the fact that Hinge is recognizing the fact that this is stressful and what can they do to ease some of that stress.
Yeah, and just to layer onto that, another unbelievable statistic, Cigna did a global survey last year at the end of the third quarter, and they determined that 83% of us throughout the world are having some form of stress. So offering a tool like this kind of brand care relationship to sort of help someone feel a little less stressed before having a date, or just taking advantage of it to help you have a better day is a great example of a partnership that makes sense. And obviously is one that could occur in the hospitality industry as well.
Thanks, Raj. Let's go on to the next trend, and why don't you talk about this one?
I will. Really.
Or next example, sorry.
I thank you. Yeah, this is another great example of Little, and it's healthcare solution around safety, and it really helps people feel more comfortable about public spaces. And Little is a European company that now has locations here, and they announced that they plan to install hospital air-grade infiltration systems, and locations throughout the U.S. They've already installed them in Europe. And what's interesting is they're already very concerned about the quality of air and the environment for their customers and team members, but they're now putting in these MERV 13 level filters, the kind of filters that you find in hospitals, and they actually can remove virus-containing droplets. So this is a lovely example of brand care in that it not only relates to the consumer and the people they're trying to bring in, but it also, takes care of their team member. And then it's also something it's a statement that not only you can make, but you can prove it because you're using technology that is presently used within a medical environment. So sort of hits the ball out of the park and doing everything you need to do to be authentic in a brand care solution. Anything you want to layer on, Rob?
Just that this is highly repeatable. I mean,
right.
Air filtration systems are something that we can all be paying far more attention to. This virus happened to be an airborne virus, and there's a lot more concern around around air quality and air movement in spaces. And it was good to see that this company was enhancing the quality of the air in their spaces. Let's move on to the next slide and answer the question about what next for hospitality. And by the way this slide is designed is we're talking about the major category overall in the black colored font. And then for the implications for hospitality, we're moving to fuchsia there. But let's talk about this, Raj. I'll cover the first one, and then why don't you cover the second and third? I'll cover the last one.
Sounds great.
But on so what next, right? What is going to happen now as a result of brand care? What does this evolve into? And the answer, as it relates to empathy messaging, is that it's time for us to practice some empathy and show that you understand your consumers' needs, particularly as it relates to mental health and healthcare. And one of the ways that we're citing as an example of what might be next for hospitality is that setting hotel and restaurant guest minds at ease is absolutely an imperative. Look, it is, if anyone has been traveling over the last 12 months, you know that this is a new set of kind of circumstances and limitations. And it's nerve-wracking, frankly. So anything that we can do is critically important. And if we can showcase whatever it is, it could be change cleaning protocols. That's just the beginning. Other things that we can do that recognize that this is a really stressful time to travel and that we can put your mind at ease is critically important. And look, we do it in our own offices. We do it when people are visiting and we're taking their temperature and we're cleaning surfaces constantly and we're asking them to fill out a form before sitting down in our conference room. All of those things are saying, hey, we know this is hard for you. We're going to take care of you as best we can. Raj, you want to cover ethical empathy?
I will. So this is just an example where, from a mental health perspective, having professionals guide the solutions that you're bringing or have data for people. If you're making statements in relationship to things, make sure that you can actually authenticate that. So using technology in a hotel that we just co-developed in Minneapolis that opened on December 3rd in the jaws of the pandemic, if you'd like, it's a tribute hotel. It's called the Rantar Hotel. You can check into rooms where we have enhanced air quality monitoring information that can give you every bit of detail as to the quality of that air product. We certainly are not indicating that if you stay in this room, you're not going to be able to get the COVID-19 virus, but we're letting you know exactly the content of what is in the air and providing that kind of information on demand using technology to make people feel better about their travel experience is a terrific one. Another example, we're partnered with LG in a hotel that we're a co-owner in outside of Chicago here, a resort near at Lincolnshire, where we have a robot that goes into rooms, uses UV lighting to sanitize the rooms for an extra level of sanitary care if somebody wants that extra degree of assurance that their room is 100%. In that case, can be confirmed COVID-free. So those kinds of examples are great examples of ethical empathy. In relationship to sort of asking your staff as it relates to brand care, Ron talked a little bit about this great example of the Driftwell product. And what was cool about that is it was a company competition, much like, an internal Shark Tank, where they came up with Driftwell. And then we did the same thing when we relaunched the Hotel of Tomorrow project. We asked our entire company, both domestically and internationally, to get involved with coming up with ideas to help in relationship to wellness for the hotels that we're co-owners in and the hotels that we work on all over the world. So 2 great examples of what's next.
Thanks, Raj. I'm just going to offer a clarification for those of you who might not be aware of the Hotel of Tomorrow project. It is a hotel industry think tank that we created back in 2004 and restarted and amplified over the course of the 2020 year with over 300 participants, including Cornell University. Thank you, Cornell, for your contribution, but also hotel owners and operators, designers, architects, investors, and it was all envisioning the future of the hospitality industry in light of the changed reality brought on by the pandemic. So if you're interested in the Hotel of Tomorrow project, by the way, you can go to hotel-of-tomorrow.com. That's our website. and you can learn more about it. And there should be an active, I hope the contact us button is active. If not, send me an email. My email address will be at the back end of this presentation. So the last fourth thing about brand care and what is next for the hospitality industry is to go beyond the obvious, right? There are obvious, and frankly, I think that just cleaning protocols are the obvious. This is endless opportunities to explore, right? And I'll give you one example. We had the honor, and I mean that truly, I don't just use that in a cavalier way. We had the honor of working with Hilton on the development of the new Tempo brand that was rolled out just prior to the pandemic a year ago. And one of the things that the team did at Hilton was include Ariana Huffington and Thrive Global to help create in-room, on-screen mindfulness programming. And that is just a way of extending that brand care into the hotel guest room for those guests. So let's move on to the next trend, or we will absolutely run out of time, which I expect we will. And if we do, then we do. So advance the slide, please, and thank you. Okay, so we talked about brand care. That is absolutely a trend that has been accelerated by the 2020 pandemic. What is another one? Well, it's creativity being utilized to help advance innovation within companies. It's called Creative Challengers. And it isn't just that there are lots of interesting creative outlets. I'm a sourdough bread maker these days, people.
A rock star sourdough bread maker, let me tell you.
I've had plenty of time to get good at it, Raj. But how can the companies harvest some of that brand enthusiasm? Let's move on to the next slide, please, and I'll explain why this has happened now. Well, of course, there are three reasons that we're going to talk about. One is the creative elite. The second is the skill sprint, and the third is creative therapy. What do we mean by that? In the creative elite, we mean that there is plenty of creative genius out there, and there's lots of ways to share the creativity and be rewarded for it. And it might be an idea that you source support for on Kickstarter, or it might be something that goes viral that on TikTok or one of the other social media platforms. The next is skill sprint. Consumers are thinking, hey, I'm stuck at home, I might as well gain some knowledge or engage in creative pursuits. And so there's been a huge uptick in online learning. Sorry, Cornell students. And there's also just been a lot of creativity and creative outlets. By the way, everything in my house is now covered by yarn. My wife has been crocheting constantly. And then there's creative therapy, which is, look, this is healthful for you to engage in creative activities. We know more about what happens to your stress reduction as a result of doing that crochet. And 45 minutes of a little bit of creativity really helps alleviate anxiety. So those are the reasons why. Why more creativity during the pandemic? There's your answers. Let's move on to the next slide, please, and I'll give you a first example of how brands are embracing that opportunity for creative expression. So Samsung did something fun with the design magazine, Design, if you guys are familiar with that. And it was a competition they called Out of the Box. And what they did was they had a competition for people to reuse Samsung boxes in creative ways to create items for the home. And they came up with some really cool ideas. Incidentally, that little bear that you see in the foreground was part of the winning team's submittal, which ended up being kind of a whole bunch of animals that were on the endangered species list. But a really fun way of saying, hey, how do we give people something to be creative with and get brand credit for it? Let's move on to the next one, and you can cover. Oh, this one was supposed to be you, Raj.
Yeah, no worries. That's cool. A cool thing to add. Oh, sorry, Ron, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say a cool thing to add on that last slide that Ron just talked about is even before they started this competition, their boxes were designed in a way that you could scan a QR code and turn their boxes into a cat house or a TV console, all kinds of really interesting things that were environmentally incredibly sensitive.
All right, let's jump to the next one, our Sweet Home Chicago. I'll do this one and you could do the next one just to keep us back on track. Sorry about that.
No worries.
So there was a competition here in the city of Chicago for design and architecture solutions for how to do outdoor dining. And it was a really cool online competition. It was sponsored by the Chicago Tribune and the city of Chicago. I think I'm giving Trib the credit they deserve there. I know the results were published in the Trib. One of our architects actually submitted a plan that was pretty similar to this one, actually. But it was, how do we take some of those creative architects and designers out there and ask to solve a bigger problem of safe outdoor dining? And they had tons of submittals. I can't remember how many submittals they had.
600 submittals, 13 countries.
Super cool. And there was some cash prize money too, wasn't there, Raj?
Yep, $5,000 of the cash prize for the top 3. And then all the restaurateurs got to use the tech, in essence, and intellectual property to build structures. And the structures here are pretty darn permanent because with the elements we have.
Well, it's just another great example of how do you tap into the creativity of the community, and this was a great solution. And I've dined in something a lot like this recently with just my family, and I felt safe, and it was a great experience. Let's move on to the next one, please. And Raj, why don't you cover this one?
Thank you. This is a really fun one that occurred in the second quarter of 2020. When Heinz launched its Making Art with Its Heinz campaign in Brazil to encourage people to stay at home and practice social distancing, as well as get creative. On Instagram, Heinz posted a blank silhouette of a hamburger, and then the company encouraged followers to draw and dream of their favorite burger and create a template. Then Heinz teamed up with a bunch of local burger chefs and selected the top designs. And then get this, the winners got to get their beautiful burgers delivered to their homes to taste and enjoy. So just a really nice example here and a ton of fun.
Yeah, I thought about this, Raj. Yeah, no, I just thought about the fact that my cooking skills have improved over the course of the past year. And of course they did. I had to cook a lot of meals. So I think it's fun to tap into that kind of creative community around food and beverage. And we have a few more examples of food and beverage creativity a little further on in the deck. Let's move on to the next slide and talk about the CD Projekt Red. So, all right, I'm assuming there are actually some young gamers from Cornell on this call, and my son fell into the category of one of those disgruntled gamers who is upset that Cyberpunk 2077 got delayed again. By the way, this game is being hailed in advance as being one of the most breakthrough kind of games for technology and visualization. But anyway, so what did the game studio do? CD Projekt Red, in response to some of that frustration, is they hosted an online global cosplay contest to dress up like your favorite characters from the game. And what you ended up with was all kinds of amazing costumes and brand loyalty. And there was prize money and everything else. But again, tap into that dormant creative community. Let's move on to the next one and take us into space, Raj.
Oh, man, and I love this one. And you think about some of the things that we got to feel good about during this crisis, and that was seeing Elon Musk and NASA accomplish what they did. But this is a super cool challenge. So this is called the Lunar Loo Challenge. And it was the idea was to create a new toilet for astronauts. So this competition was launched in 2020, and it's in preparation of the Artemis project. And if you're not familiar with that, that's NASA's race to get to moon for the first woman that'll be on the moon and a man. And we're going to be building a base there that then is going to be used to go to Mars. And the goal was to create a toilet that would not only work in lunar gravity, but also in microgravity. And the current models only work in microgravity. And some big prizes here. The prizes here are a total of $35,000 US. And this was open to professionals and students under 18. So just a wonderful way to create this kind of connectivity and have us all reach for the stars and think to the future. So love this example to share with all of you.
Love that reach for the stars line. That was awesome, Raj. Let's move on to the next slide, and I'm going to recap what next for hospitality around creative challengers. Okay, so really 4 things. You cover the first 2, I'll cover the last 2, Raj. Let me just headline them.
Sure.
So again, how do we tap into the dormant creativity during the pandemic? There's a way to look at levels of expertise differently. I don't think I could design the next toilet for NASA, but some people can. There are experts in lots of these things. There's certainly an opportunity to dip your toe and try new things. Remember, ideas can come from anywhere. Let's figure out ways to tap into a much broader community. And then there is an opportunity for collaboration as a means of building even a bigger connection between your brand and your consumer or guest. Raj, you want to cover a little bit of an explanation around where things might go next for hospitality around the first two?
Sure will. So for an easy, medium, hard expert, great example. Ron alluded to the Hotel Tomorrow project earlier. We created a way for individuals to dive in and be collaborators. And we also created a way for people to be members. And we had over 100 collaborators and over 300 members. And it was a really nice way for people to either dive in deep, use it as a way to, stretch their minds and have focus on something other than the crisis. And then the others that were just members would tap in on a regular basis and hear what all the collaborators were working on. So that was a great first chapter. And our next chapter that we're launching this year is going to be Hot Ventures. So stay tuned for more information on that. And then as far as dipping your toe in and creating a creative challenge that, can lead to the future, another project we did that came up through the Hotel Tomorrow was Bed XYZ, a really exciting bed solution. And we're now working on that with the Cornell Robotics Labs and some manufacturers to build a test case and bring it to fruition. So really two excellent examples of what's next for hospitality and taking advantage of using these creative challenges to improve our industry.
Yeah, I know we've been leveraging Hotel Tomorrow a little bit, or a lot of it here in this talk, but it really is proof that we took advantage of the opportunity to be creative during this period of time and do it with our clients and do it with the university and do it with manufacturers, et cetera. So that opportunity for collaboration is really, really critical. And just, I'll give two more examples. It relates to number 3 and 4 here. I'm actually teaching not teaching, I'm a guest lecturer in one of the professor's courses at Cornell right now around Hotel Tomorrow, where there's an open design challenge to students. And we just successfully ran a design competition like that at another international university in France. And the idea can come from anywhere. Some of the ideas in the Hotel Tomorrow that we published, like the Hotel Rover, which is a RV hotel essentially, came out of that last design challenge from these students. So ideas can come from anywhere, and we should create mechanisms that allow for input from multiple sources. And then around this notion of collaboration, there are incredible tools for collaboration. Raj, you and I talked about Microsoft Teams, but that's just the beginning. We used an amazing platform called Battery, 2 I's at the end instead of a Y. That was an online collaboration platform started by a friend of mine, Chad Reynolds. And we could not have run the Hotel Tomorrow project with 325 participants without a platform that everyone could use to share ideas, exchange ideas, and gather. So all kinds of ways to collaborate, even if we are physically distanced. All right, so let's move on to our third and final trend that we're going to be covering today. This is the contactless economy. Please advance the slide. Thank you so much. Awesome. So lots of new things happening around how to interact with businesses without touching anything or only touching your own stuff. And, this has been one of those things that the areas of the economy where it has been accelerated significantly during the pandemic. We're going to give you some examples of that, but let's talk about why now. Let's move on to the next slide, please. Thank you. All right, 3 reasons really why we have a contactless economy. It almost seems too obvious to even talk about, but I'm going to say it anyway. So there's accelerated demand, right? We want to remove the human element if we're afraid that someone might give us the virus. So there's lots of reasons why there's increased demand for contactless. The next is we already were seeing contactless transactions gaining momentum, but wow, things have skyrocketed during this period of time. And so transactions that happen cashlessly increased. How about QR? QR codes were around for a long time, but they quickly got adopted as a means of seeing a menu or available options and additional information. And then lastly, you know, the world is different protocols, different ways of engaging, different social norms in different countries have created an opportunity to unify across the globe. So digital transactions and a contactless economy can accelerate that kind of flattening of the world. Let's move on to our next slide, please. Thanks. And talk, Raj, I know you love this stat as a loyal Starbucks guy. Starbucks, proud supporter of Cornell HEC.
Absolutely. And, you know, actually, I did not have the app until the pandemic. So this statistic here, where 24% of the transactions at Starbucks outlets were made using the mobile app as of October 2020, stunning. But at the same time, if I wanted to, you know, grab a coffee or an oatmeal on my way to the office, that was the only way I was going to get it. So, and now, you know, I love the convenience of it. And that's a lot of what Ron and I are going to talk about here in this contactless economy. A lot of these trends are just have been accelerated and are going to continue to create opportunity for our industry. Next slide, please.
So let's take everybody through what the contactless customer journey looks like, Raj. I'll take this one. You can take the next one. So talk about the contactless customer journey, starting with discovery. How do you know what's even out there? And how can you discover more about information that might be a kind of underlying information? I'm just going to cite one fun example, which is the first one, which is Volkswagen Australia launched a world's smallest car dealership app. It's an augmented reality app for those people who didn't want to go visit a car dealership but were looking to buy a new car. And there were a lot of deals during the pandemic to incentivize car sales because this was an economic crisis as well. Let's move on to the next slide, and I'm going to show you guys a picture, a screen grab I did yesterday in my office, where I brought the VW SUV into my office and was able to walk around the car, get inside the car, see the instrument panels, and this idea that your phone essentially can be the world's smallest car dealership is the idea. And as we see things like augmented reality apps being more ubiquitous, this idea of barriers being removed is pretty incredible, and we think is only going to be accelerated as the contactless economy. Maybe we're not worried about the pandemic, but we're just looking for convenience. Let's move on to the next
slide. Yes, go to the next slide. And just to bring it into the hospitality industry, and within the Gettys Group companies, we are using visualization now in ways that we never used before because of this situation we're in. And it's unbelievable the modeling we're doing with our clients right now because we're often working remotely, and it's really helping us get consensus much sooner, get pricing much sooner, and we're really excited about how it's going to improve the experience for everyone as it relates to renovating or building hotels. And that's perfect as we get into this next one, demonstration and trial. There are 3 examples here, but I'm just going to touch on the Lowe's example, where the home improvement retailer teamed up with a company called JobSite, and they created this really nice application that allows you to work with a professional remotely or an augmented reality professional to help you decide the best way to fix a problem within your home, or if you are tackling a project. So that same thing could be done in the hotel industry, where you're trying to do a site visit for a potential wedding or a bachelorette party or a corporate event. No reason that kind of AR example, and then supplemented obviously also with some human interaction, can't be a real important trend that we think will be accelerated through this crisis and will be a great opportunity for hotel owners to differentiate themselves in the future. Next slide, please.
Yeah, I think it's both an opportunity for human interaction and humor interaction, Raj. I love that. You know, truly, I'm not kidding about that. I think that this idea of allowing a brand to amplify its personality and playfulness is important, because the stigma associated with technology is that it removes the human from the process, and maybe too great a degree. So let's talk about how contactless customer journey moves on to the order and purchasing. We already talked about a bunch of contactless stuff, and we know a bunch of interesting things are happening between your own device and a machine like the Coca-Cola, or I'm blown away by the Amazon smart stores. If you haven't seen the Amazon Go technology that they're demoing in their own retail stores, where you can walk in, pay what you, take what you want, put it in your cart and walk out without ever transacting at a cash register, that is now being implemented in other locations. They're licensing their software. But I love the one in the middle, which is a holographic menu. So we're finally getting to a place with holograms where there's more control, and you're seeing Hollow Industries as a US-based company that's doing this, allowing for menu offerings in quick service restaurants. Let's move on to the next one. And oh, wait, I got one more, Raj. This one's mine, okay?
I love this one. This is awesome.
We can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. All right, so if you guys haven't seen what Amazon has just launched, it's called Amazon Explore. It is a virtual tour platform that allows you to pay a very little amount of money. I mean, 25 or 30 bucks, and have a personal tour in another city in a foreign country by a professional tour guide who can walk you around that city, show you the points of interest, can even take you shopping, will allow you to go into a store and you'll tell them where you want to go, even visually pointing to things, and being taken into a store, and don't worry, you can buy something and they'll ship it to you. Or you could take a cooking class through this same kind of Amazon Explore. This tour might end in a fish taco shop, and you learn how to make a fish taco yourself. So Amazon, great job continuing to innovate. And of course, they are at the forefront of contactless technologies, as evident by the fact that so many of us have used Amazon during the pandemic. Raj, I'll let you take the next one if we can advance the slide.
And that's such an amazing idea for the hospitality industry, because imagine being able to bring your family along, hire this professional to be with you when you're in some unique location. And if somebody in the family can't travel, they can feel like they're being with you. So love it. Next slide, please. So, this is a really interesting one, and in the interest of time, we'll just cover one of the trends. But as it relates to payment, CVS has partnered with PayPal to roll out contactless payment locations at 8,200 stores in the US. So we have credit card, cash. You're now going to be able to swipe your QR code, use PayPal, use Venmo, and before we know it, we're going to be using some cryptocurrencies as well. So just a really nice example of payment and the innovation that's occurring there. Let's go to the next slide, please.
Love the shout out there for cryptocurrencies, by the way.
You got it, man.
So let's go to the next step of the contactless customer journey, which is delivery and collection. Hey, guess what, everybody? Drone usage is going up, and autonomous vehicles are going up, and even robot delivery in locations, in food and beverage locations and elsewhere, is going up. It's pretty incredible. We've been actually talking to SoftBank, thanks for the introduction, Cornell, and Bear Electronics around this robotic server that's delivering food and drink in the example to the far right to customers, and it's using 3D cameras and a whole bunch of other really cool stuff. Interestingly, where are we really in the delivery and collection phase? It's real, and it's being tested, and they are eager to test all of these technologies in more locations. So we're going to see a ramping up of this aspect of the contactless customer journey for sure. Raj, you take the next one if we can advance the slide, please.
I look forward to it. So post-sales support, I mean, this is just another nice example where there's great pull-through in relationship to our industry. I'm only going to touch on one of these in the interest of time, but Staples partners with Opturo to do an in-trial of returns for online purchases. This program is going to launch at the end of Q1. So you can bring in anything to a Staples that you bought online, they'll pack it and return it for you. So this is an interesting way of taking their real estate and partnering with someone else. Imagine if one of the big brands that's watching today did that with one of their franchised hotels, whether it be Hampton with thousands of them or Fairfield, and created some partnership which would bring people into a hotel that might not otherwise come there and then be like, gosh, I want to stay here. So this is just a really nice example. And then there are a couple other ones here, but unfortunately we aren't going to have time to talk about them, but thrilled that we could share that one with you, but love the Volvo and Instacart one for next time.
All right, we'll keep them hanging, Raj. Let's move on to the next slide, please. And we are going to wrap things up very soon for those of you hanging in there with us. So what next, and what next for hospitality around the contactless economy? Well, basically more of the same is the short answer. There's 4 things. You're going to have to adapt and pivot, period. This contactless stuff is not going away. Just because we'll be able to hug each other again soon doesn't mean this contactless stuff is going away. There will be access to for all. And one of the questions that came up in the chat was, what about people with disabilities? Well, you know what? There's been a lot of evolution in contactless economy to help people with limited mobility or capability, and also with limited digital skills as well. And then let's not forget, people, that we are humans at heart, and humans have to play a role in this. And then lastly, privacy is a critically important part of what happens when everything is electronic. So there's lots of things as it relates to what's next for hospitality. Raj, why don't you I'll cover the first one and the last one. You cover the 2 in the middle. Let's just talk about what's next for hospitality.
Okay, sounds good.
So there are motion sensors and voice activation and personal device control in a lot of hotels now, and we're going to see more of it. If you haven't used Hilton's connected room technology, it allows you to control a whole bunch of the things in the guest room, like lighting and temperature, for example. We're going to see even more of that in hospitality. And we've seen it certainly with service on demand through text, and we've seen it with contact the front desk without having to pick up the phone in the room. We're going to see more and more of that, and that technology is just getting better and better. Raj, what's next for hospitality as it relates to access for all?
Access for all. Well, here's a fun one. We're renovating a hotel in Snowmass, Colorado right now, right outside of Aspen, and using technology in a safe way there because of the pandemic. A lot more bears floating around. We put some technology in that off hours, the sliding doors, one will open, then the other will close, and the other one will not open if a bear is in the airlock. So just a fun example of technology, doing the right thing to protect our team members and guests at that hotel.
Wait, so your interpretation of what's next for hospitality and access for all includes bears as well?
Yeah, I mean, why not share a fun fact here?
I love that. How about humans at heart, Raj? What do you think's next for hospitality around that?
Well, a cornerstone of one of the things that we believe at the Getty's Group of Companies is the hello and goodbye. And when we're creating beautiful experiences, whether it be digital or in a built environment, you want to have that. And we used to always have that with a guest when they were greeted. And now, because of this technology that we all carry around, all the brands are offering wonderful, elegant technology for us to come and go from a hotel safely and securely. So we're encouraging hotel owners and operators to make sure to train everyone that's there to still create that eye contact, smile under the mask, or when our masks are down, have a big smile and just thank people for coming or thank people for staying if they're leaving.
I just draw a smile on my mask instead.
No.
Speaking of hello and goodbye, we're going to move to goodbye. Could you advance 2 slides, please? Thank you. All right. So this is the big thank you from Roger and me and the Getty's Group companies. And also, again, a thank you to Cornell and a thank you to Trend Watching for helping us with this. If you want to learn more about what we talked about, feel free to reach out to Roger and myself. Our contact email is right there. Anything you want to say, Raj?
I just want to congratulate again the HEC directors and team. You guys rock, super professional. And I look forward, and Ron looks forward, if you guys are kind enough to invite us next year to be there. Can't wait to be there in person, and best of luck. And as I said at the beginning, we're on a nice trajectory for recovery, and let's keep moving forward. So thank you.
All right. Go get them. Woo! Thanks, everybody.
Hi, my name is Dana, and I'm the Programs Assistant Director on the Programs and Innovations team. It is my honor to present Providing High Touch Through High Tech, How Four Seasons Balances Technology and Human Touch, featuring Chrissy Gamble and Scott Tabor. Enjoy.
We're excited to be here with you today. My name is Chrissy Gamble. I work with Four Seasons Hotels and Resorts, and I'm based in Toronto. I work as part of our global operations team, and I'm a class of 2001 alumni. So great to be here, and I'm joined today by my colleague Scott Tabor and friends.
Good afternoon. Great to be here with alumni and friends for HEC. I'm excited. You know, my career since graduating from Cornell has only been with one company, which is Four Seasons, which is not unique for our brand, but probably unique in the world today. But you know, it's been a great journey with our company. I've had a chance to work in many of our hotels, and now I work in our corporate office with Chrissy on the global operations team. And my focus is the guest experience outside the food and beverage area, so the functional head for room security and spa, but then also, you know, we focus on the voice of the guest, and we have a digital experience team. And it's a critical team for what we're going to talk about today, because that focus and that group focuses on how we work with our partners as part of the three-legged stool with operations, IT, and marketing. How we come up with platforms that bring great value to not only our guests, but our employees to enrich the experience. And I'm excited to be talking here with my partner, Chrissy, and we're not talking about COVID today. Chrissy and I also lead up the COVID task force for our company. So it's nice to talk about something a little bit different today. Go ahead, Chris.
Great. So just to start, we wanted to share with you a little bit about Four Seasons. This year is an exciting year. We celebrate our 60th anniversary as a company, and really can't believe how much we've grown. We started with a motel in downtown Toronto, and today we're operating 118 properties and 44 residences in all corners of the world. We operate in 47 countries with about 40,000 employees. We also have 50 additional projects in development that we're super excited about. And over the course of the last year, we were really heartened by all of those exciting projects and openings, really still moving full speed ahead. So we continue to look for growth in strategic markets and work as a management company. So we manage hotels in partnership with our owners and looking to have individually unique assets in each location. So what you see on the left there, that's a picture of our founder, Isidore Sharp. So he's an icon to us. And we think so in the hotel industry. And we wanted to share one of his quotes, which is that so much of our long-term success is based on intangibles, beliefs and ideas and invisible concepts. And so, with that important thinking, we wanted to also share with you our brand beliefs. So what do we believe is Four Seasons? What guides us? And what, influences our decisions. So with that, whether they're decisions about service, decisions about marketing, decisions about technology, what is it that we truly believe in as a company, and where are we trying to go in the future? So with that, I'll roll the tape. If you bear with me 1 second.
Have you noticed that it feels like we are all skimming through life? The faster life becomes, the more we are robbed of deeper connections with the people and the world around us. That's where we come in. We are Four Seasons. We are for people who crave more, the curious explorers who choose to live life richly and revel in its artistry. We believe in enriching human stories, full of colorful detail and deep with character. We believe in the simple pleasures of a gasp, a savor, a swirl, and a sigh. We believe in going off script, that the best journeys are not planned, but discovered. We believe in craftsmanship. Gardeners can be artists, managers maestros, and that their passions will be remembered long after you leave us. And we believe in recognizing a familiar face, welcoming a new one, and treating everyone we meet the way we would want to be treated ourselves. Whether you work with us, stay with us, live with us, discover with us, we believe our purpose is to create impressions that will stay with you for a lifetime. It comes from our belief that life is richer when we truly connect to the people and the world around us. We are Four Seasons.
So that's an important statement, is that we do as a company believe that life is richer when you connect with the people and the places around you. So as we look, across our hotels and the portfolio, we operate in all corners of the world. We have 118 hotels, as we mentioned, and wanted to share with you how this breaks down in our different regions. So 50 hotels in the Americas and 26 residential projects. We look forward to 3 openings, both hotel and standalone residential this year. In EMEA, we have 41 hotels, so that's our second largest region, 9 residences, and we look forward to a few openings as well. And Asia Pacific is our smallest region, but there we operate 27 hotels and 9 residences. So really, for us, we see that we have a global footprint and we have a global customer. And, with technology in particular, we try to always start with their voice and their insights to make sure that what we're designing is truly delivering on the things that are important to them as guests. So we wanted to share some of the key findings. Scott and team have led a digital experience panel. So this was a global cross-section of our guests that were asked, really listening sessions to understand what's important to them to inform our digital roadmap. So we're lucky that Four Seasons guests are big travel spenders. So when you think about how much they earn, they really splurge and try to make the most of their vacation or their family vacation in a year. So they are, very autonomous as well. So they have independence when they're booking their travel. And often they do it on their own, not through an agent or through a service. Food and wine are top experiences, and they continue to be. So we want to make sure that we're truly showcasing our food and beverage experiences at the hotel and beyond the hotel, which we'll touch on later. As well, where do the reservations come from? Recommendations really from friends and family. Those are the main source of booking. So that's exciting to us because it's a lot of word of mouth, and positive reviews also impact that. So positive reviews are important, and the ability to customize their trip and their vacation are top drivers for reservation. So we want to make sure that we're giving any guest that's booking online the opportunity to customize their experience, both before they arrive at the hotel and as they're on property with us. So we also asked this small panel to give us their ideas on what is important from a customization standpoint. So what are things that they want access to, and what really enriches their hotel stay? And some of the things that came up were curated experiences, as well as VIP access for events and to sites, things like that. As well, transportation is really important. So when they arrive to a new destination, making sure that they can have, a seamless transportation experience after a long journey. That was something that came up. As well, having personalized concierge experiences are very appealing. So that's something for us. We wanted to make sure, as we're developing these technologies, that we're representing and reflecting what's important to them in what we design. So I'll pass it over to Scott, and he will take you through the digital roadmap.
Thanks, Chrissy. And these were powerful items for us to achieve, and obviously high marks for us to personalize, customize, give the guests the access to that critical information. And when we went to start this mission, we really had a more basic problem, though, to solve first in the most critical piece to a high-touch, high-tech service. For many years, like many other hotel companies, we had the best-in-class systems for our different parts of the business. So PMS for the front desk, concierge for the concierge space, point of sale, et cetera. And what ended up happening is we created these incredible silos of rich data that really, to be honest with you, that didn't talk to each other, and you ended up with a broken experience where, within the properties and across the globe, a common expression from our guests would be, how is it that you didn't know that I stayed with you in your hotel in Punta Mita 2 weeks ago? Or how come you don't remember what I said to the other hotel to remember for this stay, or some sort of special preference that they might have? And so compound this with the lack of a loyalty program, which is a whole nother presentation, which I'm sure everybody can understand. We were missing a true ability to recognize our guest, and we had guest information that really was flawed. And it was not pretty, right? And our guests would look at us quite funny. And it'd be very frustrating for the guests, but also frustrating for our staff, because they might be working on information that's outdated, old, and so frustrated that they're rushing to set up some sort of special arrangement for a guest, only to find out when the guest arrived that it was out of date or no longer needed. So we decided we needed one platform to truly understand our guests. We called it Golden. Part of our mission there was to have, and we called it Golden because we wanted it to be a golden profile for each and every guest, for them to have a singular golden profile. But also it's a bit of a nod to Mr. Sharp and his goal of all of us following the golden rule. But this would be able to give us the ability to better recognize all our guests, but also would have the ability for us to create seamless digital experiences. So what you have here, this is a little bit of peek behind the curtains there of what's the main technology driving this strategy. So, the center there is Salesforce, which of course is known as an incredible CRM. And it's the Centerpost platform, which we were using as our strategy to build the other systems. Informatica, which you may know, is a match and merge system, which allows us to keep the data clean. And then Opera, or Micros, the PMS system, is still an integral part of the platform. And we worked on a very heavy project. It took us a good 2 years to really get all these systems to interface, talk correctly, and to make sure that we had the right information flowing for us to be able to present to our employees in an easy way for them to see and work with the singular profile for that guest. So the golden profile, as we would talk about it. And we knew that once we had that information in a succinct way that was easy for them to find, no matter what their role was, that the employees would do their magic, right? So we spend so much time focusing on finding the right people, giving them the right tools and training, and with our leaders, that once they had that information, then they can do what they do best, which is to really recognize those guests with the special touches and the incredible service that we focus on every single day. And for them to have the confidence that they're doing it with accurate and updated information. Now, of course, many of you are thinking that, it's also about data, right? So Golden was built for recognition, but of course, a key part of it is that it is an incredible piece of data for us to understand our customer better, understand how to take care of them better, but also to understand how to personalize for their future visits and how we can better present the right things for them to want to stay with us many more times across the globe. So that was able to, if we move on to the next slide, into what we would call our integrated digital experience. So for us to be able to elevate an on-property digital experience, now that they had that singular profile that everything can tie back to, that as the guests use the different platforms on property, that they were able to have that seamless experience. And we often get asked the question as we pushed hard into the digital experience with mobile apps and different tablet platforms, things along those lines, about what does that mean about Four Seasons' focus on service? And in the end, we feel that this is an advantage in our service, because what we're doing is we're offering our guests a choice. And that's really what people want today. They want the choice. We're not going to force someone into technology. We're not going to mandate that they use it. But many times, as we know, there's many guests that want to have that control, and they want to be able to see for themselves and to manage their experience. And I think probably those on the line that are in the hospitality business know that there's many people that rather type than talk. and they would much rather have that as their way of engaging. Now, what does this mean for us as an industry with the advent of technology and what we can do in this space? I think that remains to be seen. Coming out of COVID, where there is this huge push towards digital acceleration in so many different places, does that mean certain brands do try to make this the main experience for how they interact? We saw that in the airlines after 9/11, and where they taught us all how to check in online and download our boarding passes, but for sure not in our set, not in the luxury end do we see that happening. And if we move on to the next slide, we'll show a few of the key platforms that create that experience for our guests and our employees. App, chat, room, tablet. So the Four Seasons app is the main star of the show there. And it really helps with everything from booking a reservation, order room service, to chatting for anything you need. Chat is a component within app, but of course someone can chat with us directly if they want through Facebook Messenger or text or along those lines. Room tablet is it's a version of the chat that we put in the guest room to have a tablet for the guests to plan their stay. Key is a proprietary concierge platform that we built on Salesforce that allows us to really have that great rich data about the guests, but then be able to build in their requests and needs that they have during their stay. And the cool thing about that is that then Key, we called it Key as a nod to our many Clay Door members around the world, then can tie back to the mobile app to give the guests their trip planning, for them to be able to see within their itinerary everything that's being done in real time. Mobile key and mobile payment, of course, creating that experience for a seamless stay throughout their check-in, check-out. And then F&B takeaway, which of course is a new business that has sprouted in the results of COVID, but could very well be one to stay. And Chrissy will talk about that a little bit more in a few minutes. So we'll just give you a quick little video about our app.
You can ask us for anything on the Four Seasons app.
Our legendary service is in the palm of your hand.
You can customize your level of interaction. It's all part of the contactless experience.
We connect with your families and us, your extended Four Seasons family.
Cool. We'll just show you a little bit of the features of the app here as I talk. It's been quite a journey with this platform. One of the key things that when we set out to build the mobile app was that it was primary purpose was guest service. And so we took the lens of a guest from their guest journey and how do we make that seamless? How do we make sure that they have the ability to handle whatever they might need during their stay? We had, I guess it's a bit of an advantage to the previous point about talking about loyalty programs, is we didn't have to focus on creating a points engine or points to be able to figure out how that works. And we didn't have that as a restriction. So our ability then to really focus on the guest experience and build that into a platform. So you could, like our hotel manager there, Chad, said that, the hotel is in the palm of your hand. Now, if anybody's built an app on the line, you know that it is much harder than it looks. And it was quite an experience as you thought about every single thing we do in a hotel and tried to build that into a technology platform. And of course, tech is always great and fun and shiny until it doesn't work. And of course, with our clientele, as we saw with those insights, they expect excellence from the minute they touch it. And I don't know how many people on the line, how long you give an app. Maybe you give it 30 seconds, maybe you give it 2 or 3 tries. But if you don't get it within those first few tries, then it often gets deleted. But our main focus was, of course, ease of booking reservations. We wanted F&B to be very rich. We just did a major update of the platform a couple of years ago, and we adopted the Iris F&B system, which has been a great upgrade to the platform. And we continue to add elements to make it richer. So we just added fitness last year, working with our fitness consultant, Harley Passener, for some great, quick workouts that people can do while they're on the road. Usage, we're just shy of 40% year to date of our guests using the app, which is just mind-boggling to me that we've got that much penetration. Conversion rate on the reservations is running 2%, with a higher rate than that of our website. And we will hit 1 million downloads this year from the start of the mobile app. And 85% of that is Apple. The cool thing with this too is from the guest experience side is that the net promoter score for the guests that use the mobile app is 4 points higher than the rest of our guest population, showing really we're doing a good job of engaging with them. So if we go on to the next part, one of the key components that's really been the star of the COVID show has been chat. And chat is our platform, which really allows that text messaging through a number of different platforms, through WhatsApp, WeChat, Facebook Messenger, SMS, KakaoTalk, and allows us to be able to have that quick and easy relationship with the guest for them to tell us whatever we need. And, the cool thing is that we're able to do that in over 100 languages. And, since launching that, it's been a huge success. Even prior to COVID, this was something that was extremely popular with our guests and our employees, and even probably more so with our employees, is it's really the way that they operate in their daily life. But over 10 million messages have been gone through since we launched in 2017. And when you talk about what is the key to high touch, high tech, and the success of our technology is really that next bullet. About 75% of our messages are responded to in under 90 seconds or less. And all of our chats are responded to by an individual, by an employee. We don't have any chat bots. We don't have any auto response. And really, this has been something that has been a focus. Of course, it was a little daunting when we were going to launch it. Would we be overrun? But that ability to quickly respond and behind the scenes, we have the ability to delegate to the right people in the hotel. So if it's a spa question, it can be easily pushed over the spa or to the concierge. And so that we can quickly respond with the right information for the guests for what they need. And of course, it's proved to be highly valuable. Along those lines, we recently also launched a response booking flow chat, which is on the website. When you're booking any room reservations with us, if you hover for a little too long there and you haven't made your decision on booking, a chat box opens up, which is typical. You'll see that on many, many different websites around the world. But the cool thing about us is that goes back to the property that you're looking at. And that property can quickly jump on because we have this chat platform, because our employees are very versed in that they can quickly jump on with you and help you to make that decision. And the conversion rate is 5% of the guests that actually engage in that chat, which is huge for a website. And we've just had a bit over $3 million in revenue in that since starting that early this year. So we're really proud of that. We're really excited about what that brings. And the increased usage, of course, 3 times the chat messages per guest that we've had in the past. And, it's brought up that app usage incredibly. If we move on to the next one, trip planning, which I mentioned before, is just a great way for Key, that concierge platform, as someone books something, for the guests to be able to see that in their itinerary in their mobile app quite quickly. And, this is real time, so they can see the status. They can click through to chat or call to be able to update that, and just to have that itinerary so easy in their hands. It's of course, a space that we want to continue to spend more time and effort in, to build that out for guests to build their experiences in other ways. But for the data people on the line, think in the back of your head, of course, this gives us incredible insights about what type of lead time is a guest really looking to make their arrangements before their stay? Where are the areas that they're most focused at those times? How can we take advantage of this to be prompting them around that time, so we're not waiting for them to look for that, but we know that 13 days before they're booking, they're really focused on their transportation. And then how can we personalize this with their experiences and their promotions for future stays? And a mobile key, mobile payment, we are a little late to this party with the mobile key. We thank our big brothers and sisters who have gone down the road already, the other big brands that have focused on mobile key. And for sure, we want to make sure that we do it flawlessly and seamless for our guests as they stay with us. And that's something we're actively working on as well. Mobile payment, so that a guest can easily check in without having to present a credit card. And we do that in a manual way today, but of course it's cumbersome for our employees and in some cases for our guests. And so, we want to make sure that that's seamless and easy for our guests to do. And of course, there's obviously a revenue potential there too, with that built-in payment for them to be able to upsell, upgrade, or purchase other things for their stay. So that's a little bit about mobile key and mobile payment.
Great, thank you. We also wanted to touch on some of the digitally enabled food and beverage experiences. So I think for any foodies on the line, we know this last year has taught us a lot about pivoting and how we have to innovate and provide F&B experiences in a different way. So whether that's takeaway experiences or reclaiming different spaces in the hotel that are outdoors. We've seen so much innovation in this space, and we feel that we've had the technology to really support this on our end. So just some examples, pop-up experiences in different parts of our hotels and resorts, mostly outdoors. And with that, you can order, you can have mobile ordering through your Four Seasons app. So we're really proud of that. Takeaway dining has also been really important for us. We worked on fourseasons.com to have a global solution so that if guests wanted to order any takeaway experiences from our restaurants or lounges or bars, that they could do so through fourseasons.com. And with that, we saw a sharp rise in retail food and beverage. And so you can see some examples there of just different gift packages and things that have been sent out. On the top there, that's a beautiful tea for two for Valentine's Day that one of our hotels, both in Hong Kong and Toronto, have done. And it came with a paper tier. So I think when we talk about, what are those high touch things that are so important to the guest experience, it's really thinking about things down to the packaging and making sure that what we're using is sustainable, making sure that it really creates this Four Seasons experience even outside of our hotels. So just thoughtfully presenting takeaway meals, making sure that we have recipes included and reheating instructions, and just making sure that we're adding the personality of the chef and the hotel within within these beautiful presentations. So some examples there, but ones that we're really proud of. And then we wanted to share a few examples of some of the high touch services that we are really excited to launch and also have been developing over the last year. So with many of our other hotel colleagues, we have hybrid meetings and events. So we know that this world has changed. So it's a new meeting market, and offering our guests the ability to have these meetings where you have some remote participation and you have some guests on property. That is something that we need to be enabled to do. So from a tech standpoint, from a sales standpoint, and so this is something that we want to excel at as a company, and we really look forward to bringing people back together in the safest way possible. So an overlay to our overall hybrid meeting and event strategy is our health and safety program, which is called Lead with Care. And that's something that we've developed with medical experts to make sure that all of our procedures and everything that we do, whether that's screening or having testing strategies for guests as they arrive to these different events, that we're doing that in a way that just is reflective of our service excellence. So that's an exciting new offering. And as well, over the course of last year, we had some great progress in developing through fourseasons.com a retail platform. So you can see some images here. This is Four Seasons at home. I think we all know what it's like to be spending too much time at home, but it makes it a little bit easier if you have a beautiful Four Seasons mattress and sheets and pillows. So this was something that it was, really in the works for quite some time. And over the course of last year, we saw thrive, really extending things like bedding, candles, as well, our mattresses. So we're recognized for having these incredible mattresses that we've custom designed. And guests can order those online to most locations in the world. So we're really proud of that, and really being able to extend the work of our product and design and innovation teams, again, outside of the hotel and into guest homes. So with that, we think we wanted to really just highlight some of the things that we're doing that we think reflect both our brand belief as well as how we deliver that Four Seasons service, and make sure that we're doing it in a way that the guests want. As Scott said, some guests want to interact with technology. Some guests want to have in-person service as it was before. So it's something that we need to make sure that we have, we excel at both, and we need to make sure that we give guests the choice to do so. So with that, I think we are going to take some time for your questions, and I think we have the chat function enabled. So thank you all so much for listening.
It doesn't look like any questions yet, Chrissy, but maybe we just talk a minute about, hybrid meetings. This is a space that, our entire industry is launching into. And, this could actually be an incredible opportunity for us as an industry. And I just would hope that all that are on it would hopefully lean into it and not look at it as a way that it's going to cannibalize our business. But this has the potential to quantify, to be able to, do events much larger than we ever thought we could do. I mean, when you think about some of our hotels typically are only 250 or 300 rooms, but there's often events that are, people, 3,000 people want to come to an event. Does that mean that now Four Seasons can maybe have an opportunity to get such an event or be able to host such an event? Which is fascinating, right, Chrissy? Oh, Chrissy, I think you're on mute.
Oh, sorry, I was just agreeing. I said, no, absolutely. I think, working with our medical experts, we've really designed a great testing strategy too. So if you do want, as an event organizer, to bring people together safely, what's the right timing for testing? What's the right approach? Who are trusted vendors and partners that you can work with to make sure that, as the situation evolves with the vaccine and, in different parts of the world, it's rolling out, as everyone here on the call knows, at different, timing. So that's going to be a really important piece, but we see a lot of opportunity there. And we do feel like, just like with leisure traveler, that there is this pent up demand that people want to get together, that people want to do conferences. But as you look to the future, you have to give attendees that choice. You have to give the attendees that choice to do it virtually if that's more comfortable for them, or, in person. So it's, and it's an exciting new world. I think we think about meetings and events as a totally reimagined space. But, over the course of the last year, I think as a company, we have, we have managed to have many social events. We've had some exclusives and buyouts of our hotels and resorts, as well as, smaller board meetings. And we've been able to do that supported by Lead with Care, our health and safety program, with really, the safety of our guests is a top priority and our employees is our top priority. And we've done those meetings and events successfully, and we've really developed expertise over the course of the last year. So it's an exciting new world, but we're ready for it.
There you go. Chrissy, there is a question. There's a couple questions here. One here, how do you individualize, customize the guest experience for guests with varying levels of comfortability regarding COVID? So I don't know if you want to take a stab at that one.
Sure. I mean, I think we're pretty, I think we really are guided by our medical experts. So, as we start to see things change and some guests are being vaccinated, we're still recommending, that all guests continue. We have a global face mask policy. So even in locations where, masking may be, restrictions may be loosened, we're going to continue to require face masks for all guests as they're on public parts of our property, as well as physical distancing, because, again, we take all of these decisions back to our medical consultants and make sure that we are, we're doing what's right for the employees and as well for our residents and our guests. So we are staying the course, and it sort of, we don't bend. Like, we don't bend if it's customary in the location to not wear masks. We really stay the course. And I think, the broader guest population appreciates that. So it's it's something I think it's over the course of the last year. I think we take a lot of pride in preventing transmission and keeping our employees safe, and that's something we continue to do.
Yeah, it's like this safe layer that we put over our hotels with what we call lead with care. And we know that our measures are sound and built on top of science. And then the customization and the individual personalization still is there behind the scenes. Now, granted, it is a little bit harder to recognize a guest when they have a mask on, but really making sure that those services are there. And to be honest, we've had so many nice compliments from our guests about really the personal care that our employees have taken to make sure that they are comfortable with the measures, to help explain that or to help them however they need to navigate through this time. And one of the big things that Chrissy was talking about, just in helping people just even to get a test for travel, right? Making sure that that's something that we can do in a thoughtful way. There was a question about how business versus leisure factor into your decision-making process. You mentioned vacation a few times, but you're expecting the luxury business travelers to return. For sure, we do. And now it's going to maybe take a little bit longer. And certain businesses may have learned how to maybe get around travel for a little bit. I think, maybe speaking personally, that, the way we're interacting here today it's working fine. It is not the conference that we would want it to be, in the way of being able to meet so many of the students and meet so many of the other peers in the industry. And so we do see that that's going to be the same as we deal with any of our clients or any of our customers as us as a business, but in many other businesses, that for us to be able to bring back that true relationship. So we do see that coming back, and maybe we do see it a little bit more with our traveler, who is maybe a bit more the C-suite traveler that is going to maybe need to make some of those trips. But for sure, we're all working hard to see how we can make that happen. Okay. Another question. With new technology allowing upscale brands to offer services traditionally only available at luxury properties, what can Four Seasons do to remain a leader? I'm not sure what that means about services only available at luxury hotels. Maybe it's the food.
Maybe concierge and maybe it could be, is that concierge services or and it's hard because we can't hear you.
Yeah, but so I would say that, of course, with us is that when you do that and you're doing that with different systems, it can be disparate and disconnected, right? So for us, we try and understand our guests. What is the purpose of the stay, right? With Golden, our three, our mantra was who the guest is, what's the relationship with the brand, why are they staying with us? And then everything that we do builds into those three questions for each and every stay. And for us to really make sure that we customize that, because there's nothing more frustrating than having to explain 3 times why you need something during your stay, or have to continue to remind someone what you're trying to do while you're staying there. So for us, that's how we see that we're able to create a seamless experience. I think about 1 minute left. Scott, you mentioned that tech was cool until you run into bugs and things not working in the software. Could you share with us some things you tried and tested with a new app that led you to a better product market fit? What worked, what didn't work, what else you would want to add? The one that is the most apparent for us was chat, right? As much as we tried to do menu items through the app, when people learned that they could just type in and say, send me a coffee, they don't go through the menu system. And so for us, that was probably the biggest learning and turned out to be one of our biggest successes. So I think with that, we're at our time. So we thank everybody. Thank you, Chrissy. And we'll be talking to you soon.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. It was good to be with you today.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Hi, my name is Max Eftel, and I'm a sophomore in the hotel school, and I'm a programs manager. I am so thrilled to announce the panel of Cultivating Innovation Through Digital Engagement and Personalization, featuring Starbucks' Vice President of Digital Customer Experience, Ms. Brooke O'Barry, and the hotel school's Professor Helen Chun. Enjoy.
Thanks everyone for joining us. This is my absolute pleasure to be part of HEC and moderate this fireside chat with Brooke O'Barry. Brooke has been spearheading Starbucks' digital transformation over the years. And today we want to learn about Starbucks' effort to create a personal connection with the customers and how they stay adaptable during this pandemic. So Brooke, thanks so much for joining us. And before we dive in, can you tell us a bit more about your experience at Starbucks and what you oversee at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. It's so great to be a part of HEC. I've been at Starbucks for over 8 years, and I've led Starbucks Rewards, digital ordering, and in-store experience. I currently lead digital customer experience. So that includes product discovery and customization, digital ordering, like mobile order and pay, and our voice commerce, as well as our food delivery business.
Awesome, Brooke. So Starbucks is clearly excelling at creating great customer experiences. You all know that. And a key to success in this digital age, really, I think it comes down to how we craft a customer journey in a way that a digital experience seamlessly extends into a physical experience and vice versa. So what is the Starbucks overall approach to bringing this physical and digital together in serving up the customer experience?
Well, Starbucks digital growth has largely been based on the strategy of the digital flywheel. And that's really been the acceleration of digital customer relationships at Starbucks. And this started nearly 20 years ago, believe it or not. And that was with the Starbucks card and the power of gifting. And that really allowed us to unlock Starbucks Rewards when our customers started registering their cards. We were able to then start a loyalty program based off of that, and then the launch of the Starbucks app, and then mobile order and pay. We've continued to iterate and innovate around those digital experiences. But now digital experiences aren't just about technology. The digital and physical experiences are inextricably linked. So it's not just about how you order it, but also how you get it. And we create digital experiences with our customers at the core. So as a result, they're effortless and they're able to get their perfect beverage and food really on their terms. We're trying to create convenient experiences that allow us to elevate connection and truly care for our customers.
Yeah, great. So you just referred to the convenience and connection, really at the heart of the blended physical and digital experience at Starbucks. And I think that creating this convenient but connected experience actually begins at the very beginning, at the consideration and choice stage of the customer journey. And Starbucks already has so much data, like about my order, like how often I visit the stores, what time of the day, where I live. So how do you influence the customer choices based on what you already know about your customers, but without being too creepy?
Absolutely. And technology can absolutely help us know our customers even better. And we're focused on how to make customizations effortless. So if you think about Netflix or Stitch Fix, where there are an infinite number of options, digital tools and technology powered by machine learning and AI help us make relevant recommendations for our customers. So at Starbucks, our innovation and recommendations are critical because in addition to the beverages on our menus, there are hundreds of thousands of ways a barista can customize beverages at Starbucks for customers. So if you think about the variety of milks, soy, coconut, almond milk, oat milk, and a combination of syrups and espresso options and toppings, our goal is to make the right recommendation just right for our customers like a barista would in store. And we can make recommendations to help someone understand just how sweet they might like it. So for example, is 4 pumps of vanilla right for you? Or would you rather have 2 pumps? What's really going to be right for that customer? And a digital order in the app allows the customer to know the recipe and then make modifications so their barista can handcraft the beverage perfectly for them. Our customers and baristas are always coming up with creative customizations. So if you think about the Starbucks secret menu or customer creations that then come into our store, we're always excited to see people customize their favorite Starbucks drinks and make that product right for them. And a menu can feel really overwhelming at times. There's been that anxiety of menu and ordering at Starbucks, and we want to make it truly effortless for customers.
Oh, thanks, Brooke. So it's really paying attention to personalization and customization really has been part of the Starbucks strength that we understand. But do you see any tension between this complete personalization, that the infinite number of options we're giving to customers now with the help of technology, even more so, which really adds complexity. And so this tension between personalization and operational challenges for baristas now who need to deliver on them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. And there is still a very fine balance. So our goal is to know our customers and get them their perfect drink exactly how they want it, and also empower our baristas to make the perfect drink. So a mobile order can even speed up the order since the barista knows the recipe build. But again, our goal is always to be able to create that moment between the barista and the customer and have the customer get their perfect beverage.
All right, so I get that idea about mobile order actually being able to streamline the production process on the operations side. And on a related note, I want to talk about how we can use technology and digital tools to elevate the customer and employee connections and maybe the analog human experience as well. So if I can give you some examples, like Phil's Coffee, based in San Francisco, they have seen an increase in customer satisfaction, but also in tipping amount after adopting an automated point of sales system. Since baristas now, they are able to focus more on the moment of delivery and making this meaningful in-person connections and interactions. So it's really help of the technology. And another example would be the Domino's pizza that you get updated on who is baking your pizza. Like Sarah is baking your pizza right now. Tom is delivering your pizza in how many minutes on your mobile app, basically informing customers of the behind the scene process, what's going on. We call it like operational transparency. And this can help customers to see the amount of effort that goes into it and helping customers develop greater appreciation and even the value perceptions of the offer itself. So do you have any note on how Starbucks is approaching this?
Yeah, I really love the idea of operational transparency. I may borrow that term from you, Professor Chun, but we know our customers love that, right? If we think about Uber or Lyft, like it's the same idea of tracking where your ride is and that anticipation. Removing any sort of question that the customer might have. For us at Starbucks, there are things like, did I order to the right store or when is it going to be ready? And how do we increase that transparency as well? So absolutely, we think sharing information with customers creates a more effortless experience and reduces any of that anxiety and makes the overall experience more convenient. Related to removing the point of sale specifically, our philosophy is about always removing friction and creating that effortless experience. So generally, as long as you're removing a pain point, it's absolutely a win. So for example, we've dedicated mobile order pickup stores that we've been testing in a number of markets, and we see some of our highest satisfaction scores. So very similar to what you were describing, it's really empowering that customer and barista connection in the best moment when your customer is really getting their product that they want to get. I think we all know, like, the payment isn't necessarily the point where you're developing that great connection. So I think it's awesome that companies are continuing to innovate and remove those points of friction on behalf of customers.
I think it's very interesting that you've seen the highest satisfaction scores from the mobile order pickup stores, something that I would have imagined. Now, Brooke, I want to ask you about how Starbucks is adapting to changing consumer behavior during this pandemic. Starbucks has been a routine for many of us. They have morning rituals, afternoon coffee meetups, for example. But with the shakeup that this pandemic has brought to this natural order of our days, how is this pushing you to innovate further on the experience?
Yeah, we've navigated the various phases of COVID and are on a solid path to recover the business, and stores have reopened and customer visits are increasing. And we know that customers are seeking safe, familiar, convenient experiences in so many aspects of their lives. And in that regard, our digital experience have proven to be a really important element to recovery, giving us a competitive advantage. And we've seen significant acceleration in the number of customers who have downloaded the Starbucks app and joined Starbucks Rewards. Customers' usage of mobile order has increased nearly a quarter of our transactions this year. And for some people, it's about speed, but now we know that, contactless really means something to customers. So convenience doesn't always have to mean speed. So we can actually pop up a quick image of one of the tests that we've been doing in curbside. And we're able to flex more nimbly and innovate more quickly. And so this curbside pickup example, really was an innovation and something that we'd been exploring, but really accelerated through COVID. So while it's a digital ordering experience, it isn't digital for digital's sake. It's about getting our customers their beverage on their terms conveniently and safely, because we know needs have changed. And we continue to be customer need led. And when we need to understand how customers' needs have evolved and how we need to meet their needs and their evolving needs, we're laser focused on looking at how customers' behaviors are changing and how we meet them on their terms. I think we all know that customers' needs and routines have changed dramatically. And considering the new working remote culture, commutes have changed, families are ordering together at home, and we can help create really the digital experiences that allow customers to get their orders wherever they are, like delivering to their home. So we can actually put up a second image of Starbucks Delivers, and Starbucks Delivers transactions have grown exponentially. The delivery business overall has grown, and with the highest volumes in the late morning and midday, we know customers are adapting their routines. So we're well positioned for those safe, familiar, and convenient experiences that customers desire. And to highlight that need to link the digital and physical even further, Starbucks recently announced plans to accelerate the transformation of our store portfolio in the US through that integration of physical and digital customer experiences with the expansion of the pickup stores that we were talking about a minute ago. So if we go to the third slide, we actually have some images of the evolution of the pickup store. And these are actually designed specifically for mobile ahead and pickup customers. These changes are really accelerated due to retail shifts with COVID and to meet the already evolving needs of customers as they focus on convenience, connection, and personalization offered through digital experiences. So we're really continuing to innovate on how we create the best possible third place for our customer and what that means in this sort of new world.
Okay, so just picking upon your point, it's definitely one of the main changes we've seen in consumer behavior with COVID is that there is a greater need that the brands are now meeting customers on their terms and coming to where they are. And I can clearly see how the pandemic has accelerated the process of reimagining the service model for Starbucks and really rethinking the value propositions for the customers. And Brooke, earlier you've touched upon how digital and physical concepts really create unique Starbucks experience. And despite the frictionless app experience, app interface for us, a lot of us remember Starbucks for the unique personal touch, the personal note on the coffee cup, the specific barista, and how that interaction actually made you feel. Right. So can you touch upon how Starbucks maintains that focus on human touch and how you empower the employees here at the baristas? And great service starts with happy employees.
Absolutely. And our baristas at Starbucks are the heartbeat of the company. They have shared ownership in our company. And in each experience we're creating, we're considering the impact on both customer and we refer to our baristas as partners. So they deliver a truly human connection and an experience our customers value and appreciate every day. They amazingly know how to make every moment right for our customers. And it can be as simple as a friendly smile, a conversation, or offering to remake a beverage that didn't taste quite right. We've asked them to create the Starbucks experience. And they do this because they're empowered to lead with empathy and compassion for each other as their customers. And that's really critical to the continued success and human connections that we aspire to. Mm-hmm. I often say that we are in the people business serving coffee.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, great. So I think that employee empowerment, you just noted, is such an important pillar for Starbucks' success. Starbucks called the headquarters Starbucks Service Center, Support Center, right, Brooke? Yeah, so servicing to retail operators and baristas, so that really showcases the service mindset, service culture Starbucks has in my mind. And as Brooke pointed out, it's interesting that some people call Starbucks a tech company, data company, since you are at the really forefront of using data analytics and personalization. But people at Starbucks says, no, we are not a tech company, a data company. We are the people business. We happen to serve awesome coffee. And Starbucks' mission still remains to really inspire and nurture the human spirit and approaching technology as an enabler of the elevated human experience. So thank you, Brooke, for sharing your insights with us. Why don't we take some questions from the audience?
That'd be great.
Okay, so we are waiting for the comments to come in. If you have any questions, please use the chat. The eCornell team will accumulate them and send them over to us.
While we're waiting, Chun, I was going to mention, it's interesting as we think about our prioritization and as we're thinking to continue to meet the needs of customers, actually think about how we elevate connection digitally. Those moments in the customer's journey when we can actually identify that there may not be the barista, but what is that moment that we want to find new ways to make a connection with a customer. And connection, we know to customers can mean anything from acknowledging them all to creating community. And I think that's a really interesting and differentiated way to consider how we drive connection, as simple as knowing, what a customer's name is. There are lots of jokes about Starbucks getting names wrong, and some people think it's really
right.
But at times we really want to make sure that customers are seen, right? We want to make sure people feel like they're recognized,
right.
Creating those moments of connection. Things like, making sure our baristas are empowered to know the right information as well. So when it's your birthday, how do we make sure that if we know that, we're also empowering our baristas with that information?
Right. And you have the digital menu board that really adds to that interest complexity. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so questions are coming in. How do you see quality changing with the influence of technologies? This is one first question coming in. Brooke.
I'm not sure what the quality is referring to, if it's product quality or the quality of technology. Is there any other, I'm just reading in the chat to see, is that defining it a bit further underneath?
Right. So let me go back to another related question and comment here. It's really great that Starbucks has a great operational ability to customize. Could you share with us a little bit more about how Starbucks can pick up on customer taste trends via big data and how that gets implemented into the offerings? So how the use of the big data.
Yeah, absolutely. So Starbucks over the last several years have been very focused on our machine learning and AI platforms in order to make relevant and data-driven decisions. And so across the board, as we're looking at customer preferences and purchase behavior, how are we actually ingesting that information to use it in a really meaningful way on behalf of our customers? And some of the ways, like I was mentioning before, if you think about like a Netflix or a Stitch Fix, like the unbelievable amount of product data that we have coupled with then our customer data is really how we're using the trend around big data to identify those opportunities to be as relevant as possible to the customer. So if it's about the next best action, like do we need to remind somebody to be reloading their Starbucks card? Or is it about the recommendation on a certain product or a modification and helping somebody find just that right beverage in that moment? Even been exploring things like energy. I want to feel energized. Well, what beverages would we recommend based on similar customer need states and those taste trends to be able to say, okay, if you want to feel energized in this moment, what does that look like?
There's another very interesting question about the co-branding opportunities with for Starbucks. Do you see any co-branding with initiative-driven companies like Impossible Foods? Maybe like a Starbucks breakfast sandwich, whether this trend become more commonplace as consumer behavior has shifted because of the pandemic. So any note on this?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I would say the trend really is in wellness, and that continues to be a trend that we're continuing to monitor. The example here with Impossible Foods, I think, is a great one. A number of our recent food product offerings continue to lean into trends around wellness, and we continue to test and learn our way into those markets, whether it's plant-based smoothies, our recent oat milk launch. It's all around those opportunities to continue to meet those needs. So I think it's likely less about the co-branding moment and making sure it's meeting whatever that customer need is and what is that trend. And then if there's an opportunity with another expert in the space to bring that need to life on behalf of customers, then I think that'll absolutely be something that would continue.
Thanks, Brooke. I think there are some comments and questions about these emerging trends due to COVID pandemic, but I'm going to pick another interesting question here. How do you measure customer satisfaction with their experience, not just using technology, but ultimately their coffee experience itself?
Yeah, we actually, at our stores, we look at connection scores. So that's the number one way we're looking at the customer satisfaction is the connection that they're having with their barista, with that
interesting.
So for us, it's less, the coffee experience. Our goal is always to get that coffee product right, or whatever the product is a customer is having. And at the end of the day, we're looking at what's the connection score a customer has had with their barista to really identify that overall satisfaction with the Starbucks experience.
That absolutely makes sense. On note about the connection score. I think given the interest of the time, I'm gonna pick the last question for you, Brooke. From a training and onboarding standpoint, can you speak to how Starbucks leverages technology to make this experience better for the new employees. So we touched upon employee empowerment standpoint, and I think this question really taps into what is the employee experience and how are you mindful of this?
Yeah, absolutely. We're very cognizant of how we roll out new experiences to our customers and how our baristas are then engaging with them. So technology continues to play a huge role in how we're training and ultimately engaging our baristas in any element of the customer experience that we're trying to bring to life. I would say evolution for sure. I think like all of us, we're all learning new tools on how we can be more effective, more efficient when it comes to technology and training specifically. But at the end of the day, it's really exciting to see how our partners are also responding to us and giving us feedback. So one of the ways that I've been personally using technology is holding roundtables with our store baristas, our shift supervisors, and our store managers to get feedback on the overall experience and what the pain points are and how we can help from the support center. And while we used to be able to travel to stores and go out and reach out to partners, I've been able to cross the country in mere seconds to ask questions from different markets, different levels of employees. So I'd say from that standpoint, technology has really, that silver lining has really opened the aperture and how we can connect with our baristas in store and get their feedback, because they're the ones who are best at telling us like what the priorities are and where they need our help.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that you guys have this innovation hub or innovation lab that you invite people to actually innovate the new concepts. And I really love that exercise you do with your employees. We have like 1 minute to go, but I gotta touch upon this last actually comment, Brooke. There's one interesting last question that I'm gonna make it last. How do you maintain the focus on the Starbucks community, the in-person ambience, like the Starbucks cafe image, when we really talk about this new mobile order pickup locations? How do you actually balance that out and not really losing that atmosphere that we all cherish?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really the definition of the third place. I mean, my background right now is the Reserve store in Seattle, and I too miss being able to go in and have that experience. So as we continue to innovate on behalf of customers, like it's not an either or, it's an and. So for us, it's really about identifying what those customer needs are and making sure we have the right experience. So as we continue to lean into digital and into convenience, it's not digital for digital's sake. It's to make that customer experience more effortless and delightful in whatever they're trying to experience. So a pickup store may not be right for everybody, but for somebody in an urban market who's on the go and has mobile ordered and wants a friendly smile and a convenient pickup, like that's the perfect solution. Now, during the day, they may decide to go to a Reserve store and, maybe order a cocktail as well. So for us, it's not, about over revving to a digital experience that doesn't have a connection. It's about human connection, meeting the need in that moment for the customer, and making sure that we have that third place and that we understand those customer needs long-term.
Yeah, and I think it really comes down to the optionality that you are providing consumers with the right need. Yes, time is up, everyone. So Brooke, thank you so much for joining us. And thanks everyone watching and sending these comments and questions. Hope you enjoy the rest of the wonderful HEC sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Traveling is essential to spreading new ideas around the world and progressing our industry and the human race as a whole. For a lot of us, it wasn't until the pandemic that we realized how much we yearned for exploring new places.
My most memorable travel experience was when I went to Paris when I was 6. I remember being mesmerized by everything, from the art to the food to the architecture, but most of all, the culture.
After walking through a temple and the surrounding area in Kyoto, Japan, my family and I found a traditional udon restaurant with raised outdoor seating. The food was delicious and the experience unforgettable.
My most memorable travel experience was when I visited 4 countries, the US, Germany, Switzerland, and France, in the span of 24 hours. It was a really hectic day of traveling, but really fun.
I spent 2 weeks in the summer of each year of my life in Spain visiting my family. These experiences have shaped who I am today and have allowed me to appreciate the beautiful world in which we live.
I watched New Year's fireworks over Sydney Harbour Bridge in Australia with my family. They were so amazing.
Tourism is important to the industry because not only does it allow us to create memorable vacation experiences, but it allows hospitality professionals to travel around the world to collaborate and progress our industry. While we wait patiently for the day we can board an airplane or book a hotel, our tourism industry is working hard to make sure they are better than ever when we are finally able to travel again. Joining us today are representatives from Indianapolis and New Orleans who will talk to us about how they are creating sustainable cities and building incredible experiences.
Welcome everyone to Tourism with Purpose, rebuilding hospitality while creating a sustainable balance. I hope you're as excited for this event as I am. And in this event, we'll be talking about creating sustainable tourism with the local resident in mind and helping to build synergies in the city. And today we have Matt Carter, Brad Bobian from Visit Indy, as well as Peter Bowen, the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer of the City of New Orleans. And we're going to explore the power of creating a destination plan to curate sustainable growth for a city. So I just want to introduce myself. My name is Abby Dandapani, and I am a senior in the School of Hotel Administration here at Cornell. And I'm also the Impact and Inclusion Director for HEC 96. Matt, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. I have been with Visit Indy for 35 years. I was a banker prior to that, background in finance, and a lifelong resident of the city with family all over the country.
Great. And Peter, would you like to go next?
Hey, y'all. Good afternoon. I'm Peter Bowen, hotel school class of 2009. I graduated in the midst of our last crisis, so for any students listening, trust me, don't give up on your dreams. Crisis creates opportunity. When the pandemic hit, I felt a deep sense of responsibility to serve my city. So after a dozen years in the hospitality industry, I transitioned to the public sector. Over this past summer, I built the new Office of Business and External Services, which has consolidated all of the city's land use agencies and economic development agencies under a single roof. My office now represents roughly 40% of the city's operations, and while primarily tasked with eliminating systemic corruption, rebuilding public trust, and creating a customer-centric city services, I also oversee our COVID enforcement and economic recovery.
Great, thank you. And last but not least, Brad.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Brad Bobian with Visit Indy. I sort of took the opposite path of Peter, and so I am brand new to hospitality. I joined Visit Indy right before the pandemic started, so fantastic time to join the industry. I'm trained as a professional city planner, and so I spent, before this gig, I spent 7 years as the chief long-range planner for the city of Indianapolis in Marion County.
Excellent. So we'll just get right into the questions. I'm sure everyone's really excited to hear them. So my first question is, what does the current relationship between tourism and the city of Indianapolis or New Orleans respectively look like? Matt, would you like to start?
Yeah, sure. I think that the role of tourism in Indianapolis, if you want to go from just briefly the evolution of it at its beginning, was created out of the Chamber of Commerce. It was as the automobile industry fled the state of Indiana as resources moved north to Detroit, there was a recognition that the city needed to have an image beyond its present. And so we were created as one of the first. Detroit was actually the first convention bureau in the country that was created to actually be the receptor of that industry as it was growing up. Roll forward to today, I think you'll find that in Indianapolis, the DMO role or the Visit Indy's role has been to market the city as a destination for visitors primarily. And what we tend to be known for is for conventions in terms of where we can stimulate that demand. Obviously, this pandemic has exposed the challenges of that and the disrupting realities of that. And so there was a period of time where I think the city saw what we were doing as critically important. And there was a moment early in the crisis when everything shut down to rethink that strategy and say, are we doing the right thing and what should we do on the back end? And I think we'll get into some of the resilience of the industry and some of the opportunities and what the disrupting realities are in terms of how that sets better and more sustainably within a community in the broader sense. And Brad will be able to articulate some of that as well. But I think as my backdrop indicates, we're going to be hosting a big tournament. And so some of the infrastructure investments that we've made over decades at the period of time in the middle of the pandemic were called into some question, but are going to serve us well in terms of a restart of the downtown and a restart of the city. And so I think we've gone through an evolution, but we've gone through an evolution that's making us stronger and better and more resilient, but also more aligned with the city.
Thank you so much. Brad, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
I think, one thing I might add to Matt's comment is we're starting in the restart in the pandemic to really think about our role as a marketing, destination marketing organization for residents. And so, we exist to serve residents. We do this to support jobs and economic opportunities and tax revenue and everything for them. But we've never really viewed them as a focus of what we do. And I think as the restart has slowly trickled out, the importance of our residents and being ambassadors and being proud of our city and inviting friends and family to come to town and being tourists themselves has been something that we're learning.
Definitely. Thank you. And Peter, would you like to talk about New Orleans?
Yeah, sure. I'd say in this moment, the relationship is at a historic boiling point. Traditionally, our economy emulates a three-legged stool of core industries, which tourism is one of. Pre-COVID, 19.5 million visitors traveled to New Orleans annually, and that footprint largely trampled the French Quarter and the festival circuit. Any efforts that had ever been made to try and redistribute these visitors throughout the city was met with an us against them mentality by the same residents who ultimately depend on those tax dollars. We are sandwiched between Texas and Mississippi, who have now all but declared the pandemic over, which is obviously problematic as the city seeks to strike the right balance between continuing to protect our public health and reopening our businesses safely. Our economic recovery is truly dependent on tourism returning to those historic levels, but the current demographic of our visitors is pretty resistant to our COVID guidelines, and that is just further driving our residents' resentment towards those tourists. I'd say that the bright spot in this moment, trying to be an optimist, is that this also presents our economic development teams tasked with navigating our recovery and an equally historic opportunity to reset that conversation and even use our land use agencies to reimagine this redistribution of those visitors and their revenue dollars in a much more equitable way throughout the city.
That's great. I mean, there's always a silver lining to those clouds, and I'm glad that you're able to make that difference. That actually brings me to my next question. So COVID-19 has often been described as a cultural reset. And a lot of people are saying that the future is never going to be the same as it used to be, safety-wise and in other terms. So far, how has COVID-19 and how will COVID-19 impact the tourism in your city? And Mr. Bowen, I know that you've criticized businesses for staying open during the pandemic lockdowns, especially during Mardi Gras season, saying that a lot of the decisions they're making are threatening that delicate ecosystem of the hospitality industry. Would you like to start?
Sure. Appreciate you catching that press conference. My office is certainly polarizing. I have to straddle the line of creating a stern enforcement framework across all of my agencies, while also executing this massive paradigm shift towards customer-centric city services. So flashback 1 year to Mardi Gras 2020, and it was business as usual in the country. No COVID guidelines existed. 2 weeks later, on March 9th, Louisiana has its first reported case of COVID. And New Orleans, I'm sure everyone saw this, quickly became one of the country's first hotspots. Mardi Gras 2020 was our first super spreader event, and studies have since tied more than 50,000 cases in the state of Louisiana to that single event. The mayor acted quickly and decisively and has always prioritized the health of our residents and has always based her decisions on the data. Throughout our reopening, we've flattened the curve 3 times. We're the only city that safely put all of our students from kindergarten to college back into classrooms in September. We're currently maintaining a positivity rate of just above 1%. So we went from being one of the hardest hit cities in the country to the safest. We've since streamlined city services, and we've implemented numerous grant funds to support businesses across many industries to reopen safely and expand their capacities as guidelines have permitted. And everyone watching knows that the hospitality industry across the board has been disproportionately affected by the pandemic. But we've been inspired to see that the majority of our businesses have really proven to be resilient through creativity and community collaboration. So yes, when so many of us are hurting but holding the line, it was unconscionable to see other businesses ignoring guidelines while the city worked to successfully thwart a second super spreader event. Had we not been able to accomplish that, that would have led to increased restrictions, and we would have had to close things back down, affecting everybody. To answer your overarching question, again, with some positivity, there is light at the end of this long, dark tunnel. New Orleans is administering vaccines faster than we can receive them and anticipate herd immunity midsummer with a full reopening for the fall. There is enormous pent-up demand that will rush back to this city, especially a city that has shown a track record of safety throughout the pandemic. We are already in the planning stages for Mardi Gras 2022, and it is going to be the biggest one we've ever seen.
Well, that's lovely to hear. I can't wait to attend. And Matt and Brad, is there anything you'd like to add about how COVID might change or impact the tourism in your city?
Matt, you're on mute.
Thank you. Where COVID had its most significant impact was on downtowns across the nation. There was a different relationship to COVID in the core central business district than there was in other places. You had core business closing, which meant workers leaving the downtown, which was giving a core audience for many of the businesses to be able to survive and thrive. And so one of the things that we did early on was create a recovery task force, both for downtown and a tourism recovery task force, in terms of understanding what do we need to learn through this pandemic. And I think one of the things that's been helpful, and Peter raises a very valid point in terms of large gatherings, is a significant concern and issue, and it was for us as well. There's been a couple of different studies that have talked about hotels that closed down at the outset and waited for the pandemic, and those that have operated through it. The staffing, the resiliency of the staffing, and the key learnings have changed the operating profit margins so that they have now learned how to operate differently as a result of the pandemic, and that's going to serve them well as the economy comes back with margins. And I think cities are no different. I think what Peter's trying to do is seize the moment and the opportunity to have a reset in terms of how city embraces that. Tourism across the globe, you'll find where it's a supporting industry or where it's a more dominant industry. And I think as our industry created a term about a decade ago called over-tourism, you now hear a new phrase, under-tourism. And so I think just like anything, there is a modulation that finds optimal, and it can go suboptimal this way, but it can also go suboptimal the other way. And so I think finding the intersection of where tourism can contribute to the best that a community has to offer and support those other industries is a reality that the cities that embrace that and work hard through that, I think you've got a bright future on the other side. I do think that there are parts that we have seen in the workforce and labor in preparation for this, Peter, and we had some conversations about this in terms of when you take a look at focusing on your citizens, the population that we serve. We're an economic development engine like manufacturing or other industries. So we need to fit in and balance with the totality of what works for that particular community. And if you're not doing that with a focus of how you are impacting your residents and your businesses, I think you're going to struggle coming out of this. If you can find that balance, and that's what we're trying to do, I think you've got a better shot at it being better and well received on the backside.
Yeah, that happy medium is always really important to find. And especially now that hotels and hospitality has had the ability to adapt and become resilient and change to that new norm, I think the more that they're capable of doing it, the better they'll turn out in the future. You're definitely right there. Brad, is there any other comment you'd like to add to that?
I'll just add that, Matt mentioned the disproportionately hard impact on downtown. And so, going into this, our biggest convention on a single day might bring in 60, 70,000 people. But we're missing 150,000 people a day from downtown office towers. And so we started realizing the interconnectedness of all of the restaurants and nightlife and all of the things that we rely on to sell our city and to sell our visitors. We can't do that without a healthy other downtown economy. And so as office workers are delayed, and you have major players like Facebook and Twitter and more locally here, Salesforce, saying we may never bring all of our people back. What does that mean for the ecosystem of services that they support that we rely on to really, host a good party for a visitor? Those are things that I think we're learning in kind of the long-term impacts of what the COVID-19 pandemic means for our industry.
Definitely, yeah, absolutely. My next question is for Matt. Given your background in finance, as well as being the CFO of Visit Indy, what is your organization doing to combat financial challenges in your city, given the recent economic downturn due to COVID-19?
I think the first thing is, and I just have learned this as a CFO, is understanding what is the GDP of a city, and how does that GDP how has it been affected and impacted at the macro level? And I think that's important to understand because no city has enough resources, and so you've got to allocate those resources to their best use. So I think the first thing we're doing is taking a look at, is there something in our infrastructure that we need to revisit differently? And so we embarked on a destination vision prior to the pandemic because we felt that we needed to diversify the portfolio of tourism business to better align with the full direction of the city. And that is runs a little counter. Even in our own halls of our office, sometimes there are folks that are saying, are you saying we should do less? And it's not what we're saying. What we're saying is we should do well what we do, but we should also take a look at the resilience of that. And Peter alluded to that, and I'm propped up in front of a very large box hotel that runs contrary to where the industry is moving, right? And so COVID exposed the impacts and the limitations of big. And when you look at mid and small, I think what we're really trying to figure out is, where does mid and small have a play in the overall resilience and sustainability of a city? And certainly what we saw from emerging research is that the outdoors was already popular and made even more so now. So shifting the priorities of what you build, how you build, when you build, needs to be modified based upon those findings. So in terms of the resilience of the industry, there's no doubt. I mean, a lot of the folks in our industry that could afford to lose their job and their income the least were impacted. And so there were a number of things that we tried to do early on, particularly advocating for getting dollars as quickly as possible to the workforce that had been laid off, and trying to do everything you could in that regard. And that was mostly national lobbying, but there was certainly local lobbying, because we knew that dollars would eventually trickle to the local level with some discretion to be able to apply. And Brad can speak to that a little bit in terms of some things we did to try and help through the winter time, and with some grants that we were able to take some of the funds and redirect, and what we're continuing to do in terms of taking a look at who's really been impacted that you need on the backside of this. And this was a disease of no fault of anyone's own. And so how do you preserve those businesses? And so we're in early conversations with the state on using some of those relief dollars that come in this next tranche of money to be able to direct them to the individuals have been taken care of, but a lot of the businesses have not. And so how do you take a look at the infrastructure and the supply chain and where there's been damage that you're going to need? If there's been a permanent shift and pivot, you need to address that. But if there is a resilience that you can help with that keeps the infrastructure supply chain intact, that's what we need to be working on. So we're in that process of evaluation and working with our governor and working with our elected officials to be able to direct those. And we're optimistic that there is progress being gained on that we're going to be able to continue to come to their aid.
Great, thank you. It's always good to hear some positive changes being made. I just want to make a point to the audience listening in today. Feel free to send in some questions that can be answered. We'll be interspersing those with the prepared questions as well. And my next question is for Brad. You have an award-winning history in planning as well as architecture, and gentrification is at the top of mind for many people, especially when tourism is a major, if not the primary driver of that gentrification. So what changes architecturally, socially, or culturally could be made to cities that would make them more equitable and create a more sustainable tourism environment for that?
So this is a hard problem, and I don't know of any city that's figured it out. Gentrification, I prefer to use the term displacement. It's not as loaded. It really defines the core problem, and it's not just displacement of people. And so, we think about a low-income area that's become really attractive again, and so higher income people move in. That certainly is displacement, but there's also a cultural aspect of it, and it's largely tied to how the systemic racism that has been baked into how we plan cities. And just a weird, unfortunate coincidence, in 1926, Indianapolis had a racial zoning ordinance that enforced segregation. It was modeled after the one that New Orleans passed. And unfortunately, that was kind of the least impactful way that we segregated our cities. But so what happens is, because most of these low-income areas are typically Black and brown neighborhoods, you also end up with cultural displacement. And so we lose kind of the cool fabric of what makes our cities special and unique, and that visitors and residents alike increasingly want to see. And so I spend a lot of time as a city planner focusing on what is the symptom versus what is the problem. And I think displacement is a symptom. The core problem is you have a permanent underclass that is never in power, is never able to be the ones that make the decisions. The decision about whether they can live and afford that house is not made by them. It's made by whether wealthy people or tourists think it's an attractive place to be and push up rents. And so we have, our industry has a role in it. We have a convergence of interest from both residents and visitors in wanting authentic local stuff, and you see that in short-term rentals and microbreweries and local food and all that stuff. People really want to be in the same place. It's not just that aspect, though. It's also a workforce, and Matt kind of talked about the workforce. Our industry is not known for high wages, at least at the entry level. Locally, we are being challenged by some in the kind of the regional economic development sphere of whether we have a role in the future of the regional economy strategy, simply because of the low wages and the volatility that is inherent with what we do. Some criticize us, probably somewhat fairly, that we build this playground for the wealthy the privilege who are able to travel on the backs of Black and brown residents who live here. And so clearly that's not sustainable, that's not moral, that's not anything. And so we need to figure that out. And so some ways that we have started thinking about this, and I know that Peter has some great ideas, but we're in the middle of a process to expand the convention center and build another big box hotel. Like, what's behind that? The city actually started tying some minimum wage requirements to the incentives that are behind that. And so that, the way that the city uses its influence and its incentives and its marketing programs and its how it distributes services is a way to encourage people to do better. Now, I know that it's hard when incentive programs for GMs are based on squeezing the most profit out of a building compared to peers. That is a way to start, that we can start uplifting some of our people. The other thing is thinking about pathways. And so ABC, start with a job, then get a better job, and then find a career. You can do that within our industry, certainly, but there's also places to start in our industry, learn some amazing transferable skills like customer service and empathy, conflict mitigation, things like that make you a better employee wherever you go. And it's very different from like a welder. A welder can make a huge amount of money when the economy is great, but when the economy is not, the only skill he has to sell is welding. And so we're a little different. And so we need to think about how we can promote our people and support our people as they move up our ladder. And then the final thing I'll mention is cultural entrepreneurship. And so, the artists, the storytellers, the chefs, the distillers, the musicians, the people that have this inherent talent in them that no one gave them and no one can take away. We just have to find ways to support and give them, find ways to invest in them. First of all, discover them, but invest in them and get them ways to monetize the inherent talents that we have. And all of those things, by the way, make us a more attractive place to visit. And so it's not like you're making a decision, an economic decision versus a moral decision. I think you can make money doing bad on the backs of black and brown residents, like I talked about, or you can make money solving this problem and serving humanity. And so we call that tourism with purpose. That's kind of the motto behind our destination vision. And yeah, that's a long, short answer.
No, that's a great answer. And I really think that point you made is worth repeating, that a lot of the big building that goes on and a lot of the really great things that come out of the city are built on the frequent exploitation of Black and brown people. And, there's a lot that the city can do in terms of making equitable changes to provide more equitable opportunities. You mentioned, adapting jobs and offerings to entry-level positions that can, open doors for a number of people. And I think that's the first step to creating real, genuine change in big urban areas like that. Now, my next question is a little bit different, and it's for Mr. Bowen. So your transition from the private to the public sector was criticized a little bit due to your role at Sonder, which specializes in short-term rentals. You said in the past that you want to bring in what you've learned in the private sector over into the community of New Orleans. Can you share what benefits have been brought to locals, especially those from marginalized communities?
Yeah, you asked a really great question. You can't govern a city the way you would operate a Fortune 500. In the public sector, we must ask ourselves with every decision that we make, is this the best possible outcome for 400,000 New Orleanians? Aside, as a senior city official, everything you say and do is criticized by someone. But the mayor sent a strong message to the whole city when she appointed a true outsider like me, instead of pulling some historic names from a hat and appointing one of them. She knew that my years of experience leading hospitality organizations, restructuring large antiquated companies, launching and scaling Sonder was what she needed to execute her vision for this new office. So there's tremendous value in this type of public-private cross-pollination, and I would love to see more of it. First and foremost, just simply having a diverse set of professional experience and points of reference that are greater than a single city is huge value. I'll give you an example. My senior staff, they are all brilliant. They have educated, their degrees lining their walls, and they're tenured bureaucrats. but they now find themselves overseeing huge multifaceted org structures without ever having learned the skills and tools required to do that work. These same skills are really just the cost of entry to succeed in the private sector. And so I've been really heavily investing in my senior leadership in those specific areas. But, let me give you a specific example since, you mentioned Sonder in the question. So in 2017, the city passed ordinances that regulated STRs. I launched Sonder on the heels of that framework and strictly adhered to compliance. In 2018, the mayor, my boss, and multiple council members were elected based on promises to reform that STR framework. So the city planning commission was tasked with completing a study of how other cities were regulating STRs to inform holistic policy change. The Department of Safety and Permits, who enforces zoning ordinance, was also tasked with finding a path to enhancing the administration and ultimately the enforcement of this reform. So all of this work and research was done inside a government vacuum that failed to achieve a model that welcomed visitors and protected our residents. So, your question also referenced marginalized communities. When you dig deep, all of the cities that were studied and the tools used to reform STR regulations in New Orleans, they weren't put in place to curb folks like Sonder. The reforms were largely driven by rich white folks who wanted to curb Black entrepreneurship. It was often the gentrifier screaming for preservation. It was mind blowing. So what I've always found to be, I think, the most alarming in this story is that folks never saw Sonder coming when they approved the initial framework. Meanwhile, at the same time, Airbnb was publicly stating that they were considering an operations arm. So you had a multi-billion-dollar OTA posturing that operations was the future of this industry, and yet a future full of venture-backed STR operators was not a scenario that the CPC or City Council considered. So now that both the City Planning Commission and the Department of Safety and Permits report to me, a former disruptor, if you will, we get to game out these decisions and inform policy with a balanced scorecard, through a real lens of equity. And I think that's the type of value that I want to bring, is this outside disruptor perspective to say, hey, wait, before we make a permanent decision that really puts us in a corner, let's be able to evaluate this from all angles.
Thank you. I really appreciate that answer. I think it elaborates a lot on what we were just talking about. I sincerely do appreciate that. It looks like we have a question from the audience. Says, how is Indy promoting tourism to locals, and what role, if any, does this play in New Orleans and the tensions between natives and outside tourists? I think it's a double-faceted question for everybody here. Matt, would you like to start?
Yeah, I think historically, in the case of Indianapolis, that if you take a look at the fact that we've invested heavily in big boxes, if you will, to some extent speaks to an inferiority complex. I mean, it is the fact that the city was like, well, you wouldn't come here for who we are, so you'll come here because we can host your event, right? It's Super Bowls, Final Fours, the Final Four that we're going to have start to finish here next week and beyond. And lots of other competitions. And so I think if you take a look at that, you can understand that was the kind of investment we made, and that's how we affirmed our self-worth as residents. Oh yeah, we're hosting this event. It wasn't who we were or who we are, it's what we did. And so I think the evolution on that has been, how do we begin to pivot? If you take a look at almost every city, particularly unless you are on an island or if you are in an extremity, a part of the country, visiting friends and relatives, VFR is your number one market. It's your residents' influence who comes to see you. And so for historically, a lot of cities have, especially DMOs, have not focused necessarily on the significant role that residents play in attracting visitors and that symbiotic relationship, particularly of the repeatability of the experience, right? I mean, I can have my family come, and I can also talk to my family and say, hey, you could really help out the city if you would invite people X, Y, and Z, because it would keep people employed. It would help, and we just don't think that way to some of Peter's thinking in terms of how do you digest through the entire process the impacts that you have. And so I think that's been one of the real disruptive forces, is that if tourism is going to be relevant and we do this for residents, the quality of life that they get to consume 365 days a year and expect, we should be in a deeper, richer, more aligned relationship with them and have feedback loops with the people closest to us that emulate some of the feedback loops we've developed over decades with our meeting planners and our visitors and the kinds of intelligence we have in that regard. So I think it really is applying what you know in one segment and understanding how you bring it to the rest of what you may have either neglected or forgotten, or maybe not even fully understood its impact. And so that can play it was mentioned earlier in workforce development. Our industry is an industry of fractured small businesses. I would argue that one of the reasons that we don't get credit for the pathway we provide is because we don't tell our story very well. And we also can take advantage of. I don't want to dismiss that. And so I think part of what we're recognizing in those pathways is, how do you align all of that? How do you, as Peter said, think through the entirety of the process? Business historically has always said, we're agnostic. You give us the rules and we'll figure out how to make money, right? That's kind of the business sector's approach to profit and opportunity. Cities, and particularly government, it's a democracy of the people, by the people, for the people, and so we forget that. And there are systems that break that down. And so I think what we're trying to figure out as we restart, how do you lean into that more realistically and more sincerely to understand that relationship and how you can respond as we move forward.
Absolutely. No, I think that's really valid as well, because you have to just look at what's impacting the locals, how is tourism being impacted, and how does that intersect? Peter, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, I think a bit of a different lens. We pre-pandemic we're marketing to 19.5 million visitors a year and a population of 400,000. And I think one of the truly beautiful things that we got to experience during the pandemic, that the light in all of it, was we got our city back. We got all of that wonderful culture and architecture and experience and food back. It was the first time that we, as guidelines and restrictions were less restrictive, residents really got to experience their city. And so that the entire marketing machine pivoted to marketing the city to its residents, to getting them back out, to keep our own economy going. And we all got to have some really beautiful experiences, like falling in love again with, the neighborhood eatery. I remember my girlfriend on her birthday in July was the only person sitting at the carousel bar in the Hotel Monteleone. Like, when will that ever happen again? That will never, ever be possible again. And so it was just a really cool experience. And I know we all kind of made whatever financial commitment we could to invest regularly, weekly, monthly, in kind of the core businesses that we loved. And that's how we really kept things alive and got to reorient that message. And I hope that continues post-pandemic.
Yeah, I know you make a great point, and kind of just keeping what your base is and following what you're known for. That's a really great point as well. My next question is probably my favorite in this whole panel. Tourism can be more than profits, but also can do good for people. What does the transition from loving things and using people to loving people and using things look like? Brad, would you like to start?
Yeah, this is where I kind of get a little philosophical, so I kind of rely on Peter to tie us down to reality. But travel doesn't exist just for the privilege to have fun. Certainly, that's one aspect of it. But if you go back in the late 1800s, Mark Twain wrote a book, and one of the quotes, I forget the name of the book, but one of the quotes is, "The travel is fatal to prejudice." And it goes on, I'm paraphrasing the rest, but you can't stay in one part of the world and expect to understand and appreciate other people. And so one of the benefits that we offer as an industry to humanity is we bring people together to experience one another. I'm a big proponent of shared experiences. I don't think we have enough of them as society, as communities. We live in We talk about bubbles for the NCAA here. We live in bubbles in our communities. We go home to neighborhoods where people drive the same SUV and they look the same as us, and we live in communities where we don't really experience each other except on the nightly news, and that's sensationalized. And you see it in our community, you see it in our equity conversations, you see it in our national politics. And I think one role that we have as an industry is remembering our role in bringing people together to have a safe, a fun experience, to experience a new culture through food or through music, as a gateway to understanding that those people aren't that different from us. They might speak a different language, or they might eat something different. They might, there's lots of differences, but the same, at the core, they're human beings. And the more that we are able to bring people together to have those experiences that cross-pollinate, I think the better we are able to kind of build social capital and function again as a democracy.
Without a doubt. That's such a great answer. I really like that. Peter and Matt, is there anything else you'd like to add to that?
One thing I would add, it's along those lines. It's the quote that you started with is, if you've not seen, Arthur Brooks has got a great TED conference, but he speaks about how, as the evolution of society and the American dream, we have increasingly fallen in love with things and used people to get that, and that our humanity needs to reverse that equation and get back to loving people first and using things in order to do that better. Jan Gehl, who's a great Danish architect many are familiar with, his version of that same is make cities for people our first priority and ensure they are fun, fair, agile, and inclusive. And I think that over time, profit can hijack the experience. You've got to have profit. No money, no mission. So you've got to find that balance. But I think in the process of progress, we sometimes mistake what the invention or the creation does ahead of what it actually leaves behind in its wake as it materializes and grows to its maturity.
Yeah, that's a really great.
Yeah, I think we're all thinking about it the same way, and I tip my hat to the city planner. Tourism is a platform for creating value in places, and it has to be a part of a city's place-based development strategy. Tourism in this city has historically been extractive. Too much of the convention, hospitality, and tourism world was focused on quantity over quality, heads and beds. We learned that at Cornell, and pulling as much profit out as possible, as my colleagues mentioned. Instead, I think it should focus on how to channel the value that's being created to support more equitable business models that share more of the profits and value being created. And this can be done in a number of ways in order to lift up communities as opposed to exploiting them. One example is kind of been talked about a little bit, but is investing in workers and providing career pathways. I mean, that is one great way to do this. Creating opportunities for your local musicians and artists and culture bearers to participate in this commerce. I know Four Seasons earlier in the day presented on technology, and it took a pandemic for big traditional hotel companies to invest in technology that's existed for 20 years. And at the end of this, right, that technology is going to reduce the number of FTEs required moving forward to operate the business. When the industry returns to 2019 numbers, I would push my colleagues who are still in the operations space to see those cost savings be redistributed to the now reduced workforce. If we see the profits of 2019 and we have 50% of the workforce, we should redistribute 50% of that money.
I love that idea. I think it would be great to do that. All right, we have another question from the audience. Looks like I'm going to give a little context about it first. As you all know, New Orleans is known for its round-the-clock nightlife, its vibrant music scene, and its cuisine, which reflects the history of French, African, and American cultures. Whereas Indianapolis is home to 3 Fortune 500 companies, 2 major league sports clubs, 4 university campuses, several museums, but most famously the Indy 500. So my question is this: how has the pandemic changed how you view the role of tourism in creating negative or positive impacts on the climate, waste stream, or sustainable agriculture? Brad, would you like to start?
I don't know if I have a great answer for this. And part of this, honestly, is regional politics. Our state house right now is attempted to take over our local police department because they were not happy with their Black Lives Matter protest response. They're attempting to defund our public transportation, our bus company that we voted ourselves to increase our own taxes to pay for. They're also attempting to reallocate our zoning authority. And so there's a plastic bag ban. There's all sorts of preemptions that have happened at our rural conservative dominated legislature that just do not work well in a city when you're trying to be a cosmopolitan place that's welcoming to all of your own people, but also people from around the world. So, we have I don't know if I have an answer beyond that. Matt, fill me out.
Yeah, no, Brad's right on that. I think that the relationship, the relationship of tourism and environmentalism and all of that, I think, is something that we're taking more seriously. I think that there are times. One of my favorite stories is going to an art museum VIP event, and they were celebrating and unveiling a new statistic of their carbon footprint in terms of how environmentally friendly they were becoming. And I went to and I asked if I could have water, and they reached back and they grabbed a bottled water and poured it into a biodegradable cup and handed it to me. And so often, that's exactly what we do in cities and tourism and other things, is we're optically addressing it, but we're not systematically or from the symptom standpoint addressing it. And so I think that there certainly has been a clarion wake-up call in terms of what this disrupting opportunity provides. It still comes back to the fact that we are disproportionately having to allocate resources, finite resources, right? Nobody created it, with the exception of the federal government, created a new bucket of money. And so we're having to figure out, how do we apply that? And in this process, we have found out that particular people are disproportionately hurt. We're finding that there are neighborhoods that are disproportionately hurt. We are finding that there are people that are disproportionately left behind. And so I think all of it is, what's our impact on the environment? And the environment isn't just air. It's not just water, it's people, it's land, it's all of those things. And so I think that we've been given, nobody's going to call the COVID pandemic a gift. But if we don't use it as an opportunity to leave a gift from the experience for those that follow, then we will have really wasted an opportunity. And so I think that when you talk about the big events, I think that all the events are trying to figure out. We've started to see meeting planners that are saying, what are you doing to reduce the carbon? How can you help us reduce the carbon footprint of what we're doing when we meet here? How can we? And so I think you're seeing a combination of the opportunity to address that, but also the disrupting force of saying, it's not like we got a bunch of money to pay for that to happen. How do we create the opportunity for that to happen with reinvention and invention? And that's a harder process, but that's what led to short-term rentals, right? Was the opportunity, and it has led to almost every other great advancement. So shame on us if we don't take advantage.
And let me just build on that a little bit. Matt mentioned all of the meeting planners and people that we deal with, and we ask them, is sustainability and social benefit, is that important to you? Universally, yes. Will you pay more for us to support a green roof or an urban farm and all that? Well, no. Now, hotels have figured out how to make money being sustainable, right? You reduce housekeeping, and that reduces water and all those costs, and it also reduces labor costs. And so the hotel industry has figured out a way to monetize environmental sustainability. From a city perspective, we have the same problem. Indianapolis does not have curbside recycling pickup. I had that in my hometown of Sioux City, Iowa, rural small town Iowa, in high school back in the mid 1990s. We just do not have the constituency that's willing to pay the additional solid waste fees to do that. And so that's the reality, that at some point, all of this, you have to still make money, right? As Matt said, no money, no mission. And so on the public sector side, as Peter has kind of alluded to, it's a lot harder to innovate than it is on the private side.
Without a doubt. And, like Matt said, it's not just the responsibility of big corporations to create these changes, it's all the way down to the personal level. And my mom always used to tell me, if you want something done, do it yourself. And it's in this case where I think it's particularly applicable, where we can do those things and we can make those changes. So why not? Let's make it happen. We have a few more questions as we wrap up the last 10 minutes of this. It's actually, this question specifically is for Matt. Indianapolis is pretty great at large scale events. You mentioned this before, and especially with the shifts to big box hotels, the Lucas Oil Stadium, and the recent convention space expansion, it's all made the capital of Indiana a prime destination for large groups. And while years of data has been collected to aid this transformation of Indianapolis's tourism, how can the whole trip picture be analyzed and broken down to source where the biggest economic impact is?
Yeah, I'm going to get back to my agnostic friends in the for-profit world who take advantage of opportunities when they, and I won't get off on sports. And I think you have to do a full analysis of the capital you have available to you, either what you create or what gets invested in your community, and how you allocate that across that community. So I think that there's a macro analysis, and I think as our democracy and our engagement in democracy has waned over decades, and we see what happens, and we've seen what's happened when that happens, you give certain industries opportunities and license to do things that go unchecked. And so as we look at big box strategy, that has worked well for us, but it has also hidden an enormous opportunity of what works equally well and perhaps at a marginally different investment. So if you take a look at the stadium race or the convention center box race and its value, clearly there is a connection between what Brad said earlier and what Peter's alluded to in terms of people gathering together. I mean, there's a reason third world countries develop a cabinet of tourism first, because nobody's coming to their country. And it's usually followed by an airline because nobody's flying there. And so you've got to attract people to begin to have a trade relationship with you. And that's no different in a neighborhood or a city or a town or a village or anywhere else. And so that whole economic equation is important to understand and how it works. Implan has already figured this out. I mean, when you look at data, they've figured the idiosyncrasies between how money rotates through Indianapolis differently than it rotates through New Orleans based on the supply chain and all of that. So I think that when you take a look at this, you've just got to take a look at where that plays. And for us, as we have opened our eyes to residents and reminded ourselves, we do this for our neighbors. We create an export that you have to come here to consume, right? It's unlike travel is one of these amazing exports that you have to come here to consume it. And most of our manufacturing product world literally has to use a distribution channel to get that product somewhere else, where it's consumed somewhere else and the money transacts somewhere else. And eventually some of it trickles back to you as the original manufacturer. And so from that standpoint, I think we have to understand the interstitial relationship of all of our labor and all of our citizens, and then allocate resources in ways that take a look at the ROI of a neighborhood park, that take a look at the ROI of the small neighborhood bed and breakfast, that take a look at the sustainability of not having these episodic 60,000 day visits followed by 4 days of 2,000 day visits that leave a lot of people out of work in that temporary space. And so I think we've got this great opportunity to align. And and to invest better and to understand the outputs better. Oftentimes in economic development, when you take a look at an economic impact statement, it's a pet peeve of mine as a CFO, we don't look at leakage. We don't look at what leaves that you never can claim because it was taken, whether it's the pro athlete that is paid $50 million to be a quarterback and has 4 homes somewhere else. Some of the money is taxed here, but a lot of it's somewhere else, versus an industry that produces and keeps and retains a higher percentage of what it creates in terms of its value. So I think better understanding how that works in your city is the opportunity that we have as a tourism organization to better deploy our resources more sustainably and for the benefit of more people.
Thank you. That's an excellent point. I really appreciate that answer. Our last question is coming upon us, and I would be really grateful if all of you could answer it, starting with Mr. Bowen. Looking at the challenges from over and under tourism, what strategies are you using to create an equitable equilibrium and a sustainable future?
Yeah, great question. This city has 73 unique neighborhoods that make up the truly unique culture that visitors come to experience. But we have densely clustered the majority of our lodging in the central business district or in or around the French Quarter. These hotels are big box brands, some with 1,200 plus rooms like the one behind Matt, and the design pays zero tribute to the city. So when the ratio of managerial jobs is 1 per 1,200 rooms, 1 F&B manager, 1 front office manager, 1 housekeeping manager, and so on, how can you ever have equitable professional development opportunities? How does the dishwasher advance and build wealth for his family? When the majority of dollars are spent in a single district that only represents a fraction of what the city has to offer, then the majority of tax dollars are reinvested into maintaining a fraction of the infrastructure. So now, this is going to be hard to hear, and trust me, it's hard to say. We don't need any more 1,200 room flags on Canal Street. We've recently seen some incredible adaptive reuse projects that have restored historic, blighted property and returned them to commerce as boutique hotels. These boutique hotels are anywhere from 1 to 200 rooms, full service amenities that are also made available to the neighborhoods in which they're anchored. We need 100 more of these. We need 100 more opportunities for that dishwasher to become an F&B manager. We need 19.5 million visitors to distribute their dollars across 73 neighborhoods. That's how you reorient tourism to become more sustainable and fuel equity. And for New Orleans, the first step towards that goal was marrying land use and economic development.
Thank you. Brad, would you like to continue?
Yeah, I'll build on that, and it's the small things. Indianapolis is known as a place that does big things well. We really suck at the little things. We suck at the little in between. The thing, we spent $800 million or so on Lucas Oil Stadium, and we've got bus stops and ditches for residents to use because there's no sidewalks. And so it's finding a way to embrace the smaller things, so the smaller neighborhood centers, as Peter mentioned, dispersing the impact. And so downtown has an amazing impact when visitors come to town, as well as 2 or 3 other neighborhoods. We want them to discover other neighborhoods, not to an extent where they consume them, but we spread them around. And by the way, that helps people understand other cultures. When you understand King Ribs here in town, amazing barbecue place that I bet no visitors ever visited because it's not it's a neighborhood off the beaten path. And so the more we can find ways to discover local culture, discover those cultural entrepreneurs, the culture makers that make our cities amazing, our neighborhoods amazing, the more we can connect them with opportunities. I'm super excited. Airbnb experiences, kind of a derivative of that disruptor, but the ability for those local people who give those amazing ghost tours or those really cool river rafting expeditions, finding ways to connect them with platforms where they can monetize their skills. But I agree with Peter. It's more dispersing the impact that we have and spreading it across more people and more places.
you. And I think that you saying that is particularly appropriate considering you're here speaking at HEC, where you are talking to the current and the next generation of movers, shakers, and changers. And again, I just want to say I am so grateful to all of you for coming to speak with us today. It has been an absolute pleasure moderating this panel, and I am so, so grateful that we were able to have you today. That concludes our panel. And again, thank you so much. Tune in for our next programming soon.